Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the May 13th, 2026 meeting of the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee. I'm joined by my colleague, Commissioner Monica Mateo Salinas. We don't have Vice Mayor Laura Dominguez or Commissioner Bod joining us today, but we do have a quorum for the committee. And with that, I'll recognize our committee liaison, Stephanie Ray Brooks, to guide us in the proper posture.
Good morning. Just a couple of announcements. Today's meeting will be a hybrid meeting with members of the committee being physically present in the commission chambers. Members of the public who wish to attend this meeting or provide public comment or in person may appear at the commission chambers. Members of the public who want to participate or provide public comment virtually during the meeting may join via Zoom. If you are here today to make any public comments on any of the items, please wait until the item is heard. I know that there's a couple of people from the Artist Vendor Program. The item will be 14 and it will be heard today. Also, we have a couple of items that will be deferred today. We have item number 10 on the agenda will be deferred, item number 11, item number 12, and item number 13. Those items will be deferred to a future date. And with that, those are all the notes I have.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. And again, just to clarify, public comment related with item number 14, which is the artist vendor item that's on today's agenda. Public comment for that item will be heard when the item is called. So at that time, we'll be taking public comments. We won't take that during the Sudnick Forum because I want to give an opportunity to members of the public wishing to speak on other community items, the opportunity to be heard. So with that, we're going to open up the Citizens Public Forum. Welcome. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Jose Frias. I live in 90 Alton Road. Also, I belong to the Marine Water Protection Authority. We had a meeting yesterday. It came to my attention that I was an applicant for landing agreement on a vessel coming to Miami Beach Marina and is in standby to become a regular vessel, but the vessel is 150 passenger vessel. And can you imagine the impact that will bring that to Miami Beach Marina when we try to reduce the numbers of charters? That 150 passengers, it will take at least 3 coaches buses, so that the traffic impact will be crazy, where those buses are going to be parking, going south of Fifth. Also, they'll be taking the marine fuel dock. It will be impact with the other vessels that want to get fuel or want to do picking up people, and the embarking and disembarking is going to be crazy. I sent an email to the general manager from the marina this morning, Lee, and I CC the president of SOFNA and John Caprio and the president of my building. I think they should reconsider this, and then it should not be a application for such a commercial vessel, because the impact is going to be crazy. That's it. Thank you so much.
And Jose, just to summarize, you have a concern that the request of the vessel to go to the marina is the size, that this is a vessel of 150 passengers.
Yes.
And that occupancy is a concern to you, and they're looking to have a permanent slip at the marina.
Well, it started as a landing agreement.
A landing.
So they will have a BTR, the application for a BTR, so landing agreement. And as soon as there will be a space available, it will come to the marina as a regular vessel. So the marina doesn't have the infrastructure to accommodate at one time 150 people. Of course, this is the capacity. It could be 70 people, it could be 100, but still it's going to be a large number of people. The disembarker is going to be crazy. You know, they serve alcohol, so you never know. And the infrastructure on the marina doesn't have.
Jose, thank you for bringing this to our attention. I have asked our Assistant City Manager, Mark Taxis, I need you to look into this. I want to get a report back on this, as I'm sure does my colleague. And if we need to take action on this issue to make sure that we don't have vessels of an occupancy size out of character, not only that, out of the size of what is able to be accommodated in terms of occupancy at the marina, I need you to let us know. We need to pass any policy to address that so we can place it on the commission agenda.
Yes, sir.
This is the second time that happened. It happened before in less than a year, and then the administration did something and they didn't approve it at their end. So
We're gonna jump on it.
We appreciate it for the community. This is about safety,
Thank you, Jose.
quality of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jose. Any other members of the public wishing to speak, feel free to approach the podium. We have two podiums, so, feel free to approach. Members of the public attending via Zoom, if you wish to speak, you can raise your hand and you'll be recognized. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. I'm Timothy Sanders. I'm a resident here that abates the marina. This is Mr. Carlo. He's lived here for 23 years. He's a Cuban-born immigrant. He fills his paperwork out every year at Rebecca Towers. And for some reason this year, they're evicting him. So we're fighting all the way to the federal government level to make sure. I just want everyone to be aware that he is a vibrant member of our community. He has provided fish that veterans catch off of our free vessel to his community in the quantity of 200 to 2,000 pounds of fresh fish a week. He's 95 years old. And I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention and thank you guys for everything you're doing to the city. It's really vibrant. It's equality for all. We really appreciate everything you're doing. And that's,
Thank you.
and I would like for him to speak
Yes.
because I don't speak enough Spanish to say, but if you want to speak with him, he's a very wonderful human being.
Sure. Carlos, bienvenido. ¿Se quiere decir algunas palabras? All right. Carol, can you please give him? You did already? No, we haven't. Okay. All right. My office is going to be in touch with you so that we can follow up with you. Thank you for coming to our committee and sharing this because that goes directly to our residents' quality of life. And we'll look at, sometimes if there's an eviction going on, it might be something that is in the courts that might be outside of our jurisdiction, notwithstanding that there are legal assistance programs that this commission has passed to provide assistance to individuals like Carlos and try to do whatever we can. But my office will be in touch with you to see what else we can do to help the gentleman in this situation. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Michael Bernstein. I reside at 1049 West 47th Street. I'm a Miami native. I've lived on Miami Beach since 1992. I've served on the board of Goodwill Industries of South Florida since 1997. I am the current vice chair. I'm here today to ask this committee to support the approval of 2 additional attended donation trailers within the city, one in South Beach, one in Mid Beach, to supplement the one that's currently at North Beach. Just Goodwill South Florida's mission is to help people with disabilities and other barriers to work gain meaningful, life-changing employment. Last year, we served over 7,000 individuals, and we are the #1 employer of people with disabilities and barriers to work in Florida. And overall, we are the top 20 private sector employer in Miami-Dade County. Every donation that comes into these trailers helps fuel this mission. The Normandy Isle donation trailer generated close to 20,000 donations last year. These high-quality items produced approximately $1 million of revenue, and because 95% of those dollars go directly into our mission, this single location helped fund job training and employment opportunities for local residents. The environmental impact is equally compelling. The Normandy Isle trailer diverted over 1 million pounds of reusable goods from the landfill and across the region. Goodwill South Florida diverted 62 million pounds last year through 1.5 million donations. Expanding access on Miami Beach would be meaningful and increase the city's contribution to waste reduction and sustainability, which I know the city is all about. Currently, there are 4 residents of Miami Beach that serve on the board of directors: myself, Rosary Falero, Lisa Kaufman, and Naomi Nixon. We know firsthand the current limitations as well as the opportunity that we're asking about right here. The city can solve that.
You have an
Thank you. The city can solve a clear convenience gap for its residents, advance its environmental goals, and directly support thousands of people with disabilities and other barriers to work. These new trailers would replicate Normandy Isle's proven success, bringing in tens of thousands of donations and expanding Miami Beach's positive impact on both the people and the planet. Thank you for your attention and guidance regarding this request.
Thank you, Michael, and I'm happy to place an item on the up next week's City Commission agenda referral to this committee so that we can discuss locations where we could potentially accommodate it, because you are right. It is a convenience to our residents. Our residents, oftentimes, they're cleaning out their closets, they want to donate the clothes, and having that in our city makes it easier than having to go to a location in Wynwood or somewhere else to drop it off, or in Alapata or some other, or drive.
Or even drive to Normandy.
Yeah, if you live south of Fifth or Mid Beach, you may want to have the convenience of having it close by. And for us, we're supporting a good cause. Most importantly, and any of my colleagues that wish to
Yeah, I'd like to
join.
co-sponsor. So,
Sure.
thank you.
And any other of my colleagues,
you, Mike.
Mr. Attorney, that would want to join as a sponsor of this, I'll be very happy to welcome them.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on any items on the agenda? If you're in person, feel free to approach the podium. If you're on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand on Zoom. Seeing none, we'll close the reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. And with that, we'll go to our first item.
Our first item is the update on timeline for construction of Miami Beach Convention Center Hotel and anticipated opening date. This item was sponsored by Commissioner Dominguez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And last time we had an update on this item, we were talking about parking for the employees of the Convention Center Hotel, and us wanting to make sure that before the completion of the hotel next year, that we have sufficient accommodations to make sure that we don't end up with unintended consequences and impacts to the surrounding areas. So I see we have a representative from MB Mixed Use Investments. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Yvette, and we also have on the line Will Balinbin. He's with Turnberry, our partners at Terra and Turnberry. It's a joint venture as MB Mixed Use. Will is going to give us an update on the progress of the transit plan. If somebody can give him access to speak.
Good morning, William. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is William Belimbin, and like Yvette said, I am the Senior Vice President of Hotel Development for Turnberry, serving on behalf of MB Mixed Use, LLC, in partnership with Terra. We are the developers of Grand Hyatt Miami Beach. As noted in the memo that you all have received, we're here to update and present a more robust draft employee transportation plan prepared in response to your committee's feedback on April 15th. Since then, we've closely worked with city parking and transportation staff, spoke with the Rivani team at 1691 Michigan Ave Garage regarding approximately 100 spaces, and conducted additional outreach and research to better understand capacity and feasibility. We built on the initial strategies you saw last month, such as transit incentives, micromobility, carpooling, and advance them in a more comprehensive, multi-layered approach. First, we have added a strong focus on Miami Beach parking solutions, including 1, enhancing on-site parking, 2, access to nearby private garages like 1691 Michigan, and potential use of city garages both in and outside the core, including options for overnight employees and locations tied to trolley and shuttle services. Second, we are going to explore a regional park and ride program in coordination with the city and major employers such as Fontainebleau, Lowe's, Mount Sinai, and City Hall, using mainland locations and coach bus shuttles. Third, we're going to prioritize local hiring, which will help reduce commute distances and support walking and biking and other transit use. And in addition, we're going to continue to support the carpooling and transit usage and micromobility options that we talked about in the initial framework. And importantly, this plan is intended to be phased and flexible. It's going to allow us to refine the strategies over time as staffing levels and commuting patterns become more clear to us, and we'll continue to coordinate with the city. We appreciate your input and look forward to continuing to work with you as we finalize the employee transit plan in advance of our March 1st, 2027 deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Commissioner Matos Salinas has some comments.
Thank you for being here today. So how many spots do you have on site for your employees? How many are you going to reserve for your employees on site?
So we have, I think the number was 310 parking spots
On site?
on site. Yes,
For
it's going
the
to be valet
employees?
parking. And the intention is that it's for the visitors of the hotel. For the
For the-
staff, we're going to have a combination of what was just explained. We're going to have off-site parking and promote also.
So no on-site parking for your employees, zero?
This is,
Williams. Yes.
I'm just gonna underscore, this is the frustration. This is very irresponsible, and I appreciate you all coming forward with the proposal for local hiring. That's great if we would have the housing in our city where the employees of the hotel would be able to afford to live. The reality is that we know most of the employees are going to be traveling and driving and commuting into our city. I still don't see parking availability, and I love that you guys are looking at providing regional park and ride with coach buses, but that's not something that you're providing. That's something that you're going to have to rely on public transportation to subsidize the lack of parking on your property. So I need to know a quantified, measurable amount of parking that is going to be available, because we know some people some people might do carpooling, some people might do the park and rides, but we just know from what we've seen with other major employers that the issue is going to fall on whom? On our public assets. And the employees are going to come demanding from us, as will the unions. And we need to solve that. And I still don't see a concrete plan that tells us we are securing X amounts of parking spaces for the employees.
Good morning. Thais Vieira, project liaison for the hotel. I just wanted to clarify a little bit though. In this draft memo that's attached to your memorandum, they did mention that they are going to explore the availability of parking on site for employees. That's one of the options that was not provided in the last meeting, but they are going to be exploring that. They have begun engaging or hiring their executives team for the hotel. And so this is a moment where really these conversations are going to gear up. And so let them explore this further. Let us discuss with them further and come back with an updated plan in the
Can you
coming
guys
months.
come back in July? Please.
I think that's better, giving a little bit more time than, because we didn't really have a whole month. We had the opportunity to meet with the parking and transportation departments. We had a great meeting, great conversation. But this is just a starting point on a better plan to be presented here.
Right. Well, and the concern is that the hotel is projected to be open in a year. And yet we have residential areas in very close proximity. And I don't want them to end up then carrying the burden of the lack of parking availability there.
So a couple more comments that I have. When you come back in July, please focus on having on-site parking and give us a number. I would appreciate that. And then additionally, a couple questions I have is when I think the plan is to have overnight parking in the garage next to City Hall. What time would those overnight employees be leaving?
In the morning, so it's between 11 o'clock at night to like 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning is what time the overnight shift
11 o'clock
workers?
at night to 6 in the morning, you said, I'm sorry?
Hopefully, I get it right,
Yeah.
but it should be 11 to 6. We
And-
can put that in writing in the next memo.
Okay, and then, lost my train of thought. Bummer. Oh, I remember now. So you're gonna have 300 spots on site? You said it was 300 or 310?
It's
And then-
just over 300. These
and-
are,
And most of that's going to valet?
it's all valet, and that's
And
what
so
was,
how are you expecting to have so much valet? What's
Well, we
there that
have
people are gonna
800
need to valet
rooms.
their cars?
So we have 800 rooms. 310 was the requirement for minimum parking, and we're planning to give the first option to our hotel guests, right? The idea here is to have a plan for staff, right? And we are, like Will said, we're going to promote public transportation, but we're also going to enter into agreements with nearby parking garages such as 1691 Michigan Avenue.
So the assumption is that 300 guests are gonna need valet?
That is the assumption.
And have you set the valet rates yet?
We are just starting those conversations. As Thais said, we just started ramping up hiring of the operations team for the hotel, and we're starting to talk about those. And we need to identify a vendor and do a proper bidding process and all of that. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
And what is the timeline for that solicitation process for the vendor and negotiations with them? Because I think it's, this is a hotel that does service our convention center. It's on public lands, and it is a partnership with the public. And to that extent, I would want to know, who is the vendor that's coming in and what is the rate structure? Commissioner Mateo Salinas, thank you for bringing that up. Because if the rate structure is not within a price range that these exhibitioners, that, potentially these are the individuals who are going to be staying at the hotel, people who are going to be exhibiting at the convention center, we want to make sure that it's within a price point, a daily price point that they'll be able to afford. Otherwise, the problem is gonna go out to the public garages.
Understood. We understand your concern now.
Okay. Mr. Parking Director, I see you waiting to speak.
Will McDonald, Director of Parking. So first and foremost, Commissioner
Morning.
Mateo Salinas, I greatly appreciate you bringing up the pricing aspect, because if that price point is too high, it will simply push everybody into the public garages that are right next door. Now, on a brighter note, using the new technology that we have in the garages, we are able to make time-enabled access cards. So I've already made a commitment to the hotel, and we can do this throughout different areas of Miami Beach. Taking any employee who works, say, 10 to 6, 11 to 7, whether it be the City Hall garage, whether it be the 17th Street garage, we will generally be able to accommodate as many overnight employees. I understand that's generally the least demand, but we can generally take that off the plate. And these would be time-based access cards. So, for example, if they tried to enter at 5 in the afternoon, the card will not allow them. And we can, with the license plate recognition and the access card, we'll be able to kind of monitor that activity. But we should be able to take at least one shift completely off the table from having a challenge finding parking.
Great. Let me ask you, have any conversations been had, with the county or any other entity as it relates to the park and ride facility, identifying locations in the mainland and partnerships to facilitate this
So far, we have met with the city officials only,
with,
with parking director and transportation director.
okay, thank you. how about with county officials or with, because in your memo, why is this memo a draft memo? Why are we provided with a draft memo, by the way? I'm just wondering.
The memo that they provided to us?
Yes.
Because it's not final. We have not gone through every single discussion that we need to have on
Okay.
this. We still need to
So
meet-
this is, it's a work in progress?
Correct.
Okay.
The plan is a draft, yes.
So, it says here, exploring coordination with the city of Miami Beach and other major employers, Fontainebleau, Lowe's, Mount Sinai, and City Hall, the feasibility of a shared park and ride program utilizing one or more mainland locations. And I think the idea was to identify garages on the mainland where individuals could park and then transport them in. So have you all had any conversations with any of these major employers, besides obviously the city, but with any of these other major employers who you have listed in your memo?
We started with the city. Next will be the county and the others.
Yeah, okay. I just don't want the burden to always just fall back on the city.
We
If this
understand.
is part of the plan, and this is only a year away, we've seen that these programs, they take time to put together, especially if we're gonna be relying on other jurisdictions as well, because the park and ride facilities, usually they belong to the county. And so, we just have to make sure that the burden of this doesn't fall completely on our transportation department and on the city. This is a responsibility of the hotel developer to provide for this parking. I would like to see progress in July in engaging with the Fontainebleau, with the Lowe's, with Mount Sinai, and engaging with the county, because the lack of parking, of employee parking on your facility shouldn't become a burden for the public and the taxpayers of the city. So in July, I'd like to see something a little bit more concrete than what we have now on the agenda that, tells us, okay, this is the path forward. This is not just what we're exploring and ideas that we're tossing around. No, this is the plan that we're working on executing over the next year. And between the parking spaces that we're gonna have on site, between the time-limited parking that we're gonna have on the public garages, between the spaces we're securing at 1691, and local hiring, and, the anticipated partnership for Park and Ride, this is the path that we're on for July of next year. Okay. All right. Any other comments, Commissioner?
Please come back please offer your employees something in that garage. I mean, it's the right thing to do. And again, the whole idea of this hotel was that people will come in for conventions that don't rent a car and don't drive over. And so the valet, what are you going to do if you have 300 spots for valet and 150 of them sit open? Then what? And then your employees, are you going to charge your employees to valet?
That goes to what Will was explaining, that our plan involves flexibility, and it will be adapted depending on the needs that are found. But give us some time to
Sure.
fully ramp up with
Absolutely.
the operations team.
Absolutely.
We'll give you an update in July, and our commitment from day one was always to present a plan that was final by April 2027. So that may sound a little bit far.
We can't wait till April
We are not
2027,
waiting.
because at that point, the hotel's about to open. I don't feel comfortable.
We're with you. We're with you.
We
That's where
needed
we're starting now.
Much in advance, as well as the commissioner mentioned, your plans, solicitation, selection of vendors, and pricing for the valet. I see we have our transportation director, Jose Gonzalez. Jose,
Yes, sir.
thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So just to add a comment and emphasize the fact that we are in communication with the hotel developers to try to come up with the best tailored plan possible. The regional park and ride and coach bus shuttle, as you are aware, Commissioner, because you're sponsoring that concept, that idea of having shuttle bus for employees coming from the mainland, different park and rides over. It was mentioned to them, to the hotel developers, as part of the initial conversation that we had, but I appreciate your comment about, them taking the lead in terms of their employees. They are one of the major employers listed, so there will be coordination with them. But for this concept to be efficient and for it to work, we do need a certain critical mass of employees. Otherwise, it won't be efficient.
All right, thank you, Jose. Are there any members of the public attending in person or virtually via Zoom wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll show this item continued to July.
Ready for item 2? Item number 2
Yes.
is the monthly update on the status of the Fifth Street pedestrian bridge and the Modern Hotel Mirador Condominium Baywalk project. This item was sponsored by Commissioner Dominguez.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Commissioner. David Gomez, Director of Capital Improvements. At our last update, we provided information that FPL had returned a survey drawing to the design team, and that the design team would proceed with reviewing the impact and the implications of that location. They are, as of last week, still embroiled in looking for every inch they can find. It is a complex project, but they are working on trying to find a solution. Simultaneously, Commissioner Mateo Salinas has a companion item to explore the under bridge or over water connection. We are looking into permitting requirements and whatever logistics would be required to do that process as well. So we are looking at this issue from multiple facets. But as of now, the design team is still looking at the impacts of the location of the FPL utility.
David, how much longer do we anticipate it will take the design team to understand the impact that the FPL utility is going to have on the foundation design?
It is a complex project. So we, as of last week, the design team couldn't give us a deadline of when they would be able to wrap up their reviews. We are still waiting for an update from the design team as to when they expect to have a formal resolution.
All right. What I want to make sure is that, if at some point it becomes clear that moving forward with this pedestrian bridge is not possible, because a foundation redesign is going to be costly, I would imagine.
Depending on the impact, yes.
Okay, so I just don't want us to spin our wheels if there is a foreseeable outcome that is not going to allow us to proceed with the bridge. I want us to be efficient and mindful of time and of public expectation. And so if it becomes at any point foreseeable that it's just not going to be realistic to continue forward with this, I'd rather us find out about that sooner rather than later, so that we just don't keep on spinning our wheels in vain.
Agreed. And I can assure you that the developer and the design team will advise us as soon as they have more concrete information, whether it be that for whatever reason they feel that they can't do it, or if the cost is becoming prohibitive.
Commissioner Salinas, any questions on? No? All right. With that, are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? When can we get, by when do we anticipate just to have something more substantive?
Hector with Terra. We're really shooting to get something in here within the next 30 days. The information we've gotten from FPL has kind of really reduced the real estate on that area.
I'm sorry?
The information that we've gotten from FPL has really reduced the real estate that we can use to drill 30 piles and 4 drilled shafts. So it's become very difficult. We're looking at multiple options as far as still being able to do FDOT's requirements for structure on a bridge. and be able to do it safely, which is the biggest issue. So I think the next 30 days, we should be able to give you guys a report, sit down and meet with you guys and be able to explain to you options, if there are any, and what the path forward could be.
So, you know, let me just ask this. This was part of a public benefit, is that correct? On the record, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if for some reason, because I'm just seeing, I don't want to be pessimistic, but I'm just seeing the direction that this is going in. If for whatever reason, because of, you know, of the utility and the FPL power duct bank that was identified, and that causes significant reductions in the available real estate to properly and safely create foundations for the bridge. And if that happens and we can't move forward with the bridge, and the city ultimately has to move forward with an alternative, what then is the developer's public benefit to the city?
I don't believe that the development agreement contemplated an inability to construct the bridge, so we would have to go through that process.
Well, I think because I just want to make sure that the public, the electorate, and the city organization has an expectation that a public benefit was going to happen. And a public benefit was going to happen to support pedestrianism and to improve the safety of pedestrians with this bridge. And so, you know, if we need to start thinking about how do we go back and redesign and renegotiate the public benefit, you know, I don't want that to be, that has to be very present in all of our minds. That is not just, you know, identifying, you know, the foundational space for the bridge. And if that doesn't happen, then okay, the project is off the table, but making sure that the commitments that were made to the public in terms of a public benefit connecting these areas, that is still, you know, fulfilled, and that there is some sort of negotiation and a path towards that.
Yes, I appreciate those comments, Commissioner, and I agree with you, and I'll be pessimistic. I don't think this is ever going to get off the ground ever, or built on the ground, I guess I should say. And so I think we should be looking at different avenues of where we can build that bridge so that it connects south of Fifth. So I know my companion item is over the water. I think that's something we should still explore, even though the bridge will go really far out into the bay. But hey, that might be a nice walk over the water. Maybe additionally, we can look at putting the foundation in the water, so that way we're not disturbing those lines, because I don't think that land is going to be feasible to drill, considering there's the potential to electrocute someone if they drill there. It's just, we have to call it like it is and accept it for what it is, and start replanning this and redesigning it, and having conversations with the developer about maybe a different public benefit, because this site is just not going to work.
Yeah, as a developer, we want to do what's right always, and we want to make sure that we honor our commitment. So, however that be, we have to have those discussions once we get past. We've already looked at some conceptual ideas for the over the water, but we can start focusing a little more attention on that and try to get something more concrete past conceptual, right? But I think in the next 30 days we should be able to have something concrete to show you guys and tell you guys, and be able to at least move forward from the spot that we've been in for several months now. So cross our fingers.
Yeah, because of what I want to know from the city administration, you know, what is our cutoff point? You know, at what point should the city evaluate, you know, whether going a different direction will be the most appropriate route? And I just feel like we're going through a lot of bureaucracy, you know, and a lot of time being spent on something that I think none of us are optimistic that is going to get us to the point that we want to be at, where we're going to have a bridge. You know, I just don't see it being happening.
Yeah, we are looking at both of those options on a parallel path while we explore whatever challenges there are to the bridge. We're also looking at the logistics for the overwater portion. And at some point, we'll get a determination from the design team whether there is a fatal flaw or not, what the impact is. So we'll be able to make that decision, or more accurately, the commission will be able to make the decision on how we move forward from there.
I think we know there's a fatal flaw, and I think we can make that call now, no?
I don't know that I've received enough information from the design team to say it can't be built where it's planned.
We need the administration to give a deadline. I'm not an engineer, and I'm not a contractor or a project manager, but we need the administration to give a deadline, a solid deadline by which we determine we're moving forward with this because we've identified that this can be redesigned and move forward with it and fulfill the promise that was made to the residents and the taxpayers of the city in a referendum, or, because of unknown circumstances at the time, we now have to go back and change that. But the commitment of a public benefit still has to be respected, but
Understood.
the administration needs to provide that deadline when we say, okay, by this date, we need to know for sure what is happening.
Yeah, and as far as developer, our goal is to expedite the completion of this and get to an end result. So definitely in the next 30 days, I'm hoping that we can get this faster than that. Yesterday, we sat down with all the complete design team and really went through the little slivers of land that we have left to be able to put all these piles in the ground. And we're looking at every possibility, including different structures, different methods. We're trying to analyze every possible way out before we say, we're waving the white flag, right? So
Okay.
we definitely get back to this when we can.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Next item is a quarterly update on Operation Clean Water and Parkview Canal. This item was sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez.
All right, who will be presenting this item on behalf of the administration? I see Amy Knowles approaching the podium. Good morning, Amy.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Mateo Salinas and staff. We're very pleased to provide an update today, along with John Norris, our Public Works Director. We have a couple of presentations for you, which will give you the ability to ask some really good questions and understand some recent work that's been done. And then we're happy to provide any other updates. So if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce Dr. Solo Gabriel. She is with the University of Miami. She's a professor with the College of Engineering. Her work specializes in microbial contaminants, specifically in intertidal zones. And she has really been our partner in examining the source of issues to the Parkview Canal. While we've made meaningful progress, we still have a little ways to go. One of her most recent studies was the effect of UV disinfection on the stormwater runoff that is impacting the canal. Just as a brief refresher, we do know that stormwater is a primary driver of issues impacting the canal, in addition to a recent hotspot that we had discovered with the Biscayne Beach Elementary. But I would love for her to be able to provide an overview. She has some really interesting results, and then we can go ahead and move on to Pump Station 23.
Wonderful. Good morning, Doctor. First and foremost, thank you for your partnership with our city, for the work that you've been doing to guide us through this process, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. And okay, great. The presentation is there. I want to, again, thank you for the opportunity to present our work looking at the effects of street sweeping and also UV disinfection of the surfaces of the streets in an effort to reduce the levels of bacteria going to Parkview Canal. In addition to myself, I want to acknowledge our team members, many students that took part and volunteered to work on the project, and also thankful to the City of Miami Beach for the support. Why are we doing this study? Well, kayak launch at Parkview Canal has been closed since 2019 because of elevated levels of bacteria. We have identified that the stormwater runoff, the runoff coming off of the street, is the primary source of contamination. Our prior studies have looked at the sources and have identified birds, dogs, and humans as the contributors. And as a result, the city initiated Operation Clean Water. Our objectives was again to look at street sweeping. We looked at the big industrial street sweepers. We also looked at manual sweeping of the sidewalks. And we also looked at UV disinfection using a sterilizer, which is an instrument that is designed to disinfect wrestling mats, yoga mats. We applied it in a pilot scale to see whether or not it was effective for the streets. We did take data. We do have data. Data was provided to us about the amount of street sweepings and then also the area that is swept in the city of Miami Beach. We took samples from the street sweeper and documented that the sweeping, in fact, removes a lot of bacteria, about 63,000 bacteria per square foot from the streets, and even manual sweeping removes about 44,000 bacteria per square foot. So it's definitely worthwhile to street sweep. The total amount of bacteria removed through sweeping, we estimate about 10 to the 14th bacteria, which is about 4,000 bacteria reduction in the Parkview Canal.
So when you say, if you just go back to that slide, the sweeping removes, okay, 63,000 per square feet on streets.
Correct.
Is that what you guys saw when it was implemented? Is that what you and your students saw when based in Parkview?
We do see a reduction in the stormwater coming off the streets when the street sweeping does take effect.
But I guess, you know, is that, I guess my question is that an industry standard when you say sweeping removes 63,000 per square feet on streets and 44,000 per square feet in sidewalks? Is that a scientific standard, or is this what we actually observed?
What we measured.
In the area?
This is what we measured. Yes, we
Amazing.
measured it
Okay.
directly.
All right, that's okay.
Yes. So how did we UV treat? Well, we had two UV sterilizers. We had a large one that we used for the streets and the sidewalks, and then the curbs were done with the handheld unit. We had 3 segments identified on 73rd Street, and each segment received a different treatment depending on the day. We sampled on September 19th, 26th, and October 27th, and the treatments were no cleaning, sweeping, and then sweeping plus UV. We needed to make rain, and so we had a sprinkler system that was tied up to the hydrant. We had to dechlorinate the water, so we had a filter unit there, and we then pre-wetted the street and also pre-wetted the sidewalk, and then proceeded to collect a series of samples. This is the results, the general results. The top one corresponds to segment A, the second one corresponds to segment B, the third one corresponds to segment C. The dark blue are the streets, the results for the streets. The light blue are the results for the sidewalks. What you can see as we proceeded from day 1 to day 2 to day 3, as you go horizontally, you can see an overall decline in the bacterial levels coming off of the street. So we know that repetition of the treatment, cleaning over and over again, is helpful for improving the quality of the water. However, the baseline levels are very high. The baseline level of bacteria coming off of the streets is about 24,000 bacteria per 100 mils. From the sidewalks, it's about 12,000. Our maximums are 240,000. And we're trying to get this down to 70, which is the goal. Very, very low levels. So we have to really reduce the level by a lot. We need 99.99% reduction, a lot of reduction in order to get to our goal. What we found with street sweeping and UV treatment is on its own, it provides about 50% reduction. It helps, but it's 50%. When we look at the repeated action of treatment of UV and street sweeping, there was a 4-fold reduction, 75% from the streets. There was a 7-fold reduction from the sidewalks, 85% reduction. But again, we need 99.9%, and we achieved 80%. So this is part of the solution, but it's not the entire solution. So what we recommend...
If you go back, I'm sorry,
Yes.
just go back to the previous. Repeated cleaning matters more than specific treatment. Okay, I'm just reading.
Yes, and the repetition does help in the improvement of the water quality. We recommend that street sweeping continue. There are certain refinements of the process that we recommend as well, but it's very beneficial to removing the bacteria off of the streets. We recommend adding sidewalk cleaning. Sidewalk cleaning has the advantage in that it doesn't require the movement of the cars. It can be done without disrupting the community. We think that UV technology is good, but it needs more development. Mainly, it's not designed for a city of this size. There needs to be more work and engineering in order to be able to apply UV treatment in a larger scale. We recommend considering additional technologies that are strong disinfectants, such as gaseous or liquid disinfection. UV requires that the light hit the surfaces, and the roads are very creviced. And so we believe that a gaseous or liquid disinfectant may be more effective, such as hydrogen peroxide or ozone.
Doctor, I have a question.
Yes.
Sidewalk cleaning, what, and you actually just touched on this, what would you recommend that we clean our sidewalks with? Are we already using that, or because you mentioned,
we did
I'm
simple
concerned that
sweeping.
chemicals will then,
We did simple sweeping, and the simple sweeping without any chemicals was able to reduce to a certain extent. But I think we're only getting 80% with that.
Right.
So I think we need to even get it higher. So getting into disinfectants, hydrogen peroxide, when it degrades to water and oxygen. And
so that wouldn't further contaminate the water? It's
no, it
more
should
helpful?
not. It should
Okay.
not, as an
To
example.
clean the sidewalks with hydrogen peroxide then?
That would be one alternative. Now, again, there may be challenges from I don't know, Durham, and there may be permitting issues. I don't know if that would have to be permitted. But as a minimum, simple sweeping helps a lot. And then exploring these alternatives with stronger disinfectants, I think, would be worthwhile. So in summary, we know that the contamination of the Parkview Canal is driven by stormwater contamination. It's on the surface. It's coming off the surface of the streets and sidewalks. We believe that the sidewalks are a good opportunity to further reduce the source. UV shows potential, but it needs refinement. Repeated cleaning helps, and we were able to get 80% reduction in the bacteria in the stormwater doing repeated cleaning. But we need 99.9% reduction. So there are some plans for Parkview Canal, including an outfall trash and sediment collector system that is being installed or has been installed. I think they're at the process of installing it right now, which can help. Add sidewalk cleaning to enhance street sweeping. Consider stronger disinfectants for streets and sidewalks, such as the peroxide or ozone, again, that may require approval. And then also evaluate canal-based treatment, actual disinfection of the water in the canal, perhaps through nanobubbles, augmented with a disinfectant such as ozone. Again, there may be regulatory challenges with that. And with that, I'd like to thank the City of Miami Beach. This was a great opportunity, very much appreciated. The logistical support was amazing. Just moving things around, closing the streets, it was an incredible process, and really appreciate the support. So I just want to thank the city again. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And let me just ask you some follow-up questions, because you're suggesting then that we perhaps not continue with the UV treatment. Because it's just the technology, I guess,
It needs to be scaled up. So the technology we use was designed for indoor use, smaller scale. There needs to be development in scaling it up so that it could be efficiently applied throughout a city.
And so when we look at your presentation, it references a lot. It seems like the contamination is in large part surface driven. So what I'm wondering is if at this point we view this primarily as a stormwater runoff, watershed management challenge rather than a singular infrastructure failure issue.
It's surface driven, and the stormwater system in this area of Miami Beach is very old and was installed prior to regulations that required the first flush treatment of stormwater. And therefore, the stormwater system was designed appropriately for its time, which is take the water and put it into the canal. But there is no first flush treatment, which is required of more modern stormwater systems. So that's part of the limitation in terms of this system.
And, I want to ask staff, because if surface treatment requires the use of, for example, hydrogen peroxide, that's something that, it's a readily available chemical. And that I'm just wondering, is that something that can be easily incorporated into our pressure cleaning, let's say, that we do on a regular basis?
Good morning. I don't think it can be easily incorporated. We will have to start investigating it. That's a process that I have not seen done in a municipal environment, especially something in areas dense as we are. It could be extremely labor intensive and challenging because we are not pressure washing often enough residential sidewalks, in my opinion, to have an impact. This would have to be done on a very, very regular basis. Given that we have a lot of other approaches to addressing this issue, I think we should look at the application of different disinfectants. That can be one of the tools, but we have many tools that we're looking at to address the problems.
Which were, Doctor, some of the other, I think you mentioned ozone, but I guess that would be like with nanobubbles. I mean, that would be treatment of the canal itself,
Right,
not the
water in the
surface.
canal. Yes, and that could be an alternative, yes.
But so alternatives to hydrogen peroxide for surface treatment, what other alternatives are there? Because it sounds, again, how do we make the surfaces cleaner? The UV lights are not there yet to scale it to the level that would help the city. What other alternatives might be considerations that our Public Works Department should be looking at?
I think it has to be multi-barrier. The way, when you try to get to 99.9, is 4 log removals, and it's multiple barriers. So there are different things that should be evaluated. And I think the street sweeping should continue. That's 80% reduction frequent. But there needs to be other things added to it.
And I guess operationally, what level of cleaning, obviously, as you've mentioned, cleaning has produced the strongest observed improvements of roughly 80% reduction. But what level of cleaning frequency would be actually required to sustain these improvements on the long term?
We sampled at 2-week interval and then at 1 month. So we cleaned 3 times in the period of a month, roughly. And we believe that the areas that had the highest levels of bacteria were the areas that were tree covered. It happened to be an area where there were sea grapes, and I think it attracts the birds, and then you get all the debris coming down. So I think focusing on areas that are more susceptible. We love the trees, we love the birds, but just clean those areas more frequently, as an example.
And, when you're saying 3 times in a month yielded 80%, so just continuing, I guess, pretty much, that's almost pretty much weekly. It's just short of weekly cleaning. Is that something that you feel then we should continue doing?
Maybe it could vary seasonally. So during certain times of the year, for example, in the summer when the trees are growing and there's much more litter and maybe animals are migrating towards the area, then maybe at that time. So I think it could vary depending, but I guess there would have to be more research and study on it.
Okay, because I would like, I would like for Amy and John to work together and get this scientific feedback and implement it into an update to our plan that can be presented back to us. Because I do think, I think this is telling us the directions that we need to be going in.
Go ahead.
Please, John, go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner, for the record, we are currently sweeping 3 times a week in that area. So we are exceeding what was done in the study.
The study was doing 3 times a week.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we are matching what was in the study. Sorry.
Street sweeping?
Street sweeping and manual sweeping as well,
But
which is what's being done on the sidewalks.
I'm sorry?
manual sweeping on the sidewalks.
Okay, but it seems like when Doctor, when you were doing the sweeping on the sidewalks, was it pressure cleaning? Was it what type?
Broom and dustpan.
Broom and dustpan. That was it. Okay. All right. So where do we go from here, Amy?
Well, I mean, as you mentioned, we can go ahead and take a look specifically if there's anything else John's team can do in terms of the sweeping, and we can investigate if the regulatory agencies would allow some type of disinfection and maybe test it out. Let's not give up on it and see if it could yield some improvements. So we can sort of package that and think about what we could do, this summer, which may be helpful. And then we also brought for you the presentation of Pump Station 23. There was a study that was directed by City Commission to go ahead and make sure, leave no stone unturned with that pump station, making sure that there's no issues coming from that. So if you'd like to hear that item, we can
Yes.
we can have that.
Please, yes.
Great.
Very good. Oh, okay.
And just for background, last year, was it last year, John, that we had a failure of the force main?
October of 2025.
October, we had a failure of the force main by Biscayne Beach Elementary.
Correct.
And at that time, we spoke, and you had already procured and requested a full detailed analysis of the conditions of the pump station and the infrastructure on the site. And this is the outcome of that analysis?
That is correct, sir. This is actually an assessment of the actual pump station. There's quite a bit of infrastructure on that site, including potable water storage and pumping facilities. This is what's related to the sanitary sewer system.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nelson Perez Jacome, CHA Consulting. And as John mentioned, we're really here to talk about the pump station itself and the results from that. There's more information in the technical memorandum we provided to the city. But the purpose of the pump station, a component of the scope, was really to take a look at the operational and the maintenance data, take a look at all observable conditions, perform a physical inspection of the assets, and try to ascertain what potential pathways there are for contaminants to be introduced into Parkview Canal, specifically sewage. This is a sewage pump station. Just a quick background of the site and the infrastructure on the site. As you can see, there's a wastewater pump station 23 on the site, and there's the influent gravity main as well as the effluent force main pressure pipe. Beyond that, there are 2 groundwater storage tanks for potable water. They're used to attenuate peak demands in the city, as well as a water booster station to sustain pressures during peak demands. So, an important note about our assessment: we aligned our assessment with the 2018 R&R report the city received, and we thought that was important because that R&R report was used to feed your master plan that you're currently putting into place. So, the assessment framework in terms of the rating criteria, the weights for certain assets, whether mechanical, structural, electrical, we followed that assessment framework, so you can take the results in our report, plug it into that R&R study, and if you wanted to reprioritize where Pump Station 23 is based on the inspection we performed and all the work the city has done, well, you can easily do that, right? It goes in, it's an apples to apples comparison.
I'm sorry, and who prepared that study in 2018?
That was a Hazen and Sawyer study.
Okay.
Frankly, I knew how to do the assessment framework because I was there. But, just going into the findings that we observed, some of these findings are ones that we observed physically. Some of them are underground that we reviewed data and historical records the city has. The city has performed an extensive amount of rehabilitation of existing infrastructure. You can see manholes have been lined. The city has done 100% CCTV of the system. They've done 95% lining of manholes and 95% lining of trunk mains. On the right-hand side, you see a rehabilitation of the dry well. We're showing before and after pictures. The rehabilitation clearly denotes not only a repairs to mechanical and electrical components, but importantly, repairs to the cementitious liner of the drywall, which is a potential pathway, right? Should there be an SSO. Perhaps the most important work is the wet well lining. You see the wet well before and after picture. The wet well is where the sewage is housed prior to pumping, and discharge is collected there and picked up with the pumps and lifted to the sanitary sewer system for conveyance to ultimate treatment and disposal. So this was the primary pathway that sewage could be introduced into the Parkview Canal, and it's been completely lined and restored. A few other notes to mention: mechanical components.
So go back, I'm sorry.
Sure.
So you said that if sewage would be making its way into the canal, it would be from this here.
This would be the primary pathway.
The primary
There could be
pathway.
other pathways, so I'm trying to cover.
Okay, so
the other
let's,
ones, but-
let's explain this to the public, and I'm sorry, I didn't have this presentation ahead of time.
No problem.
It's very challenging as lay individuals to be analyzing this for the first time, on the fly here. What is being displayed there? This is an underground retaining area?
Sure.
Almost, let's say,
Absolutely.
let's say like a septic tank. Just put
Almost
it-
like a septic tank, except that it, as opposed to it being treated and infiltrated into the ground, that's not what this is doing. This is collecting, housing it, making sure it does not exfiltrate into the ground.
Right.
And then pumping it for
So
treatment
it's
and
an
disposal.
underground tank.
It's an underground tank.
It's an
Correct.
underground tank. And the conditions on the left were, I guess, the conditions in 2018 when that analysis was done first?
No, those pictures were not from 2018. Those pictures are his city historical documents. They lined the wet well infrastructure sometime between 2019 and the time today. I don't really recall the date exactly, but the before pictures are not from the 2018 inspection.
Okay, okay, and then, and today, those are the lined conditions today.
Just to answer your question a little bit more clearly, they would probably reflect the 2018 inspection because they
Okay.
were taken afterward.
Got it.
Right.
I see. And so then, because just looking at one of the tables, when we look at the remaining useful life of the wet well, and it says that the remaining useful life of the wet well is unknown. To me, that seems like an inconsistency because it seems like the pictures there seems like something that's been updated and maintained well.
Correct.
How come we don't have, why is it that we are unable to identify what would be the useful remaining life?
So I'm not sure what tape, so there was two tables in the report, right? There was one that documented the existing condition, and that was an unknown condition. The remaining useful life of the wet well is in excess of 30 years now with this lining work.
In excess of 30 years?
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay. I'm looking
sure
at
what-
table 2.3.
That would probably be the existing condition, documentation, because it's early on in the report.
Okay, so, I mean, that's, because that would be a concern, because if it would have been, like, for example, there's certain things where we see we have 0 useful years left. So that wet well that's underground.
Does not have 0 useful years anymore. The manufacturer might say it's a 20-year guaranteed service life, right? Something of that sort, but a lining of this caliber, they provided a cementitious lining behind the epoxy liner. It does increase the remaining useful life of the structure quite significantly.
Okay, thank you.
But perhaps the most important part, and I just don't want to belabor the point, but is that the epoxy liner is showing, extremely good condition. There's no visible, observable exfiltration from there. So there's no contaminant pathway, right? A few notes on other potential contributors. We call sewage discharges, SSOs, sanitary sewer overflows. You can see all the work that's been done on mechanical components, replacing of valves, working on the pumps. In fact, one of our recommendations was to fix the seal water system on the pump. That's all been done, and those are all typical maintenance items that, while they extend the useful life, it's not a hard number to the extension of the useful life, but it is maintenance items that address potential pathways for contaminants. So, at a high level, the scope of work as it related to the pump station was to identify from the physical perspective and both from the record perspective what potential pathways could be identified or observed. No potential pathways were identified or observed for sanitary sewer to be introduced to Parkview Canal from Pump Station 23, right? I think that's the most important finding. There was minor findings and recommendations that the city has been extremely proactive in addressing, minor repairs of a ladder and railings, a few mechanical recommendations, and particularly in terms of the seal water leakage and corrosion control, and one kind of overarching recommendation to take a look at the dry well ventilation, because the H2S in the dry well, the hydrogen sulfide, builds up and it does create corrosion. So more of a proactive measure to try to not only limit a future potential pathway, but also just to keep up with maintenance and limit future capital repairs.
So I'm just, and thank you for this, because it kind of, I guess, coincides well with what the doctor was telling us earlier from their work in the what do we call this area?
Parkview Canal?
Yeah, but it's we call it the watershed.
Oh yeah.
And within the watershed. That is not necessarily something coming from the infrastructure, but it's more of a sanitation issue.
It is, I've been on this item since 2019. It does have non-point source contributions as opposed to a point source contribution, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So this item, the Parkview Canal water quality issue, has significant non-point source contributors. So I'm agreeing with Dr. Gabriel, right? As opposed to a point source, where a point source would be Pump Station 23, non-point source would be various, pollutants in the watershed as a whole.
Okay, let me ask you something, because so the same way with the wet well. With the wet well, when we look at the remaining useful life on the table, it was unknown, but you identified that at least 20 years, you mentioned, is a manufacturer guarantee on the wet well?
No, there's a table later on in the report that documents that. I don't have the report exactly in front of me, but it documents what the expected revised useful life is. Okay. And then the table also takes that out, takes into account when the improvement was made, so it should say the remaining useful life. Somewhere between section 3 and 5, most likely, because I believe 6 is recommendations.
Remaining useful life, I see here.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see here for the wet well, okay, I found that.
That was really what we tried to do to provide the best value to the city in terms of a full inspection since we were out there. Mm-hmm. It was a little bit beyond the scope of what we're doing. The intention is, the water quality in Parkview Canal, but all those, I think all those inspection results would be valuable.
Okay, John, guide us for the next steps.
Well, next steps, currently we're replacing the force main that goes from Pump Station 23 to Pump Station 24. That was an emergency purchase authorization based on the sanitary sewer overflow at Biscayne Beach Elementary. That is going to be a horizontal directional drill. It's approximately 2,000 feet from the northern portion of Hawthorne at Pump Station 24 to Pump Station 23 at the street end of 75th. This will be a HDPE pipe with fused joints, which will take away the compromised areas of the joints that we experienced with the ductile iron that is currently in service. So each of those pipes is fused, and where it's fused, that joint is stronger than the original pipe material. Those pipes tend to have a useful life of close to 100 years, so that's great news that
Once this is in, none of us will see the failure of that pipe again. That is scheduled to be done throughout May and June. They are currently mobilized, running their drilling rig to basically ream a hole underground under the canal. Then they will be pulling the pipe from Hawthorne to the end of 75th. Then they'll dig the 2 access pits to tie into the existing infrastructure. So that is underway right now, and the main work will be completed by the end of June. Restoration work extends into August of this year.
Okay, what targets can we set? What targets can we work, Amy, with the team at with Public Works on, if we continue on a certain path, we continue a certain level of sanitation maintenance, surface-driven cleaning, a certain target for the reduction of the enterococcus oxide, over let's say over a 1-year period. If we sustain these 3 monthly cleanings a month, if we find a way to maybe incorporate the hydrogen peroxides, maybe yes, maybe no. Can we look at setting certain targets of where we could potentially be given what the science is telling us today?
Well, first, I just want to acknowledge we have seen very meaningful progress since 2020. We've seen a pretty large reduction in the average amount of bacteria. So we know we've seen about a 76% improvement since 2020. So that's positive. We want to keep going in the right direction. Our ultimate goal is to be 70 MPNs. We want to meet that Department of Health target for ocean beach bathing. Again, it's aggressive, but that's what our community expects, and that's what we're shooting towards. So I wish I had a very simple answer for you, but there are so many variables, but it should be going in the right direction. As you know, Commissioner, the City Commission approved funding to do design and permitting for nanobubbles, and we do expect to get those permits in hand in the next 1 to 2 months. We've had many pre-application meetings with the regulatory agencies, and that is all moving in the right direction. And nanobubbles introduces a technology that can add oxygen and ozone directly into the canal to hasten up those natural processes, to really address the bacteria, the algae, and to handle some of those issues. The canal, as you know, is very angled and has low flow, so we're really positive about that. And the company has worked elsewhere in other areas of Florida and our country, but this is the first time in Miami-Dade County. So the regulatory agencies are very interested in this as well.
And so you said that the permitting for that we should be able to have permits in hand within a 2-month period?
We really hope so. They were submitted April 1st to the regulatory agencies, and we did receive the first request for additional information. That information is being provided back. We have heard from the Army Corps of Engineers that they do expect to issue our permit, and we're still working directly with Durham as well as South Florida Water Management District on some other items.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, both of you. John, question for you. Circling back on the cleaning the sidewalks with hydrogen peroxide, is that possible, yes or no?
Definitely possible. Is it economical and feasible? That I need to look into.
If you could.
Yep, definitely will.
Why not?
And I'll look at other alternatives to see what we can do. I do want to note that, we are treating the symptoms right now. The ultimate goal here is to get modern pretreatment in the system, which we are well on our way of installing pretreatment through Downstream Defenders through a project, and then North Shore D. Those neighborhood improvement projects, one of the main goals of those projects is to provide pretreatment for stormwater before it makes it into the bay, and that will address a lot of the concerns in the surrounding basins in this basin. So.
And how long will that take to get implemented?
That's a great question. I'm not sure that I have funding for it right now. North Shore D, I don't. So we're just working towards that. So.
Thanks, John.
Yes.
And does North Shore D cover the town center area?
It covers up to 72nd, which some of that goes into this canal, and then phase 2 and 3 go up north of 73rd there. So it's all in this general vicinity.
So North Shore D is 72nd and 73rd?
And 73rd is the next phase.
Okay,
The main pump station will be installed as part of the initial phase, because it's one pump station for the whole project. And as well will the injection wells, which are probably the preferred pretreatment in that area, so.
But the perimeter of North Shore D. North Shore D covers what area of the watershed?
It goes up to 73rd and a little bit up into the side streets north of 73rd and goes west to Indian Creek and the southern border is 69th Street.
Of 69th Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And this
That's
whole
town
system
center.
ties together and outfalls. That's why I say,
And so, but I just have a question on that because there was an article on the Miami Herald last week where a private party, a developer was stating that they were funding they were self-funding all of the infrastructure improvements for this part of the city. And so, but now I'm hearing from you that we're short in funding.
yeah, North Shore D is not a funded project as of right now. We're in design right now with a grant that's paying for the majority of the design, but as far as construction, we don't have funding.
Okay, so I'd encourage the administration to reach out because this was something that was published on the Miami Herald. There was an article about development in North Beach, where I specifically, raised concerns about, the infrastructure improvements not advancing, not being able to keep up with the rate of development in the area. And the developer quoted in the article stated on the record in the article that they were self-funding the infrastructure improvements needed in the area to keep up. So that the infrastructure could keep up with the rate of construction. And so I would like to, I see Mr. Our CFO also entering the room, very good timing. Because I do think since we're talking about numbers and funding and budgets and infrastructure, we need the administration to, understand that our Public Works Director is telling us that in order to do the modernized pre-treatment in North Shore D, to improve the water quality levels in the Parkview Canal, he needs funding. And that this is all within the project area of where we're seeing all of this town center developments. If it's going all the way to 69th Street, you
Yes,
said?
sir. 69th to 73rd.
69th to 73rd, and the western coordinate being?
That'll be Indian Creek and Dickens.
And the easternmost?
Easternmost is Collins. It doesn't go into Collins, but the side street to Collins.
So we need to follow up on this. I'd like to have an update. I would like for the administration to give me an update on the funding for that at the next meeting. What's the cost of this infrastructure improvement for North Shore D?
Cost of North Shore D is approximately $140 million, if I remember correctly.
$140 million.
And that's for phase one. That goes to 72nd. And then I believe phase two is 58 million. Now, I did want to clarify that each development is required to do a hydraulic analysis for water and sewer needs, and there might be a reference to that. They are required if the city's system cannot handle the load that the new development's going to bring, they need to fund upgrading that system.
Right. But that's concurrency with any project.
That's with any project.
They
What
can't
we're-
break ground unless, and we can't decline them, as we well know. We need to give them the option, the ability. We just can't tell a development, a large tower, oh, we're not going to approve you because the water and sewer capacity is not there. The state requires us to give them the option to pay into the system to fund the improvements.
That's correct.
Okay. I just want the record to be clear on that because a lot of times there's misinformation out there as to what the city can decline, what the city can do, what the city can't do. And then people see all of this overdevelopment happening in an area like North Beach, and they believe that, we are allowing for this development. They believe that we could have, voted down this development or not approved this development when in fact, the zoning, number one, was created over 10 years ago when none of us were on the dais. And then on top of that, now the state doesn't allow the city to deny the project based on sewer capacity. The state requires us to give the developer the opportunity to pay into the system and bring it as mitigation to bring it into concurrency. If they're not able to do that, then we're allowed to deny it, but we're not allowed to flat out deny the project. Okay? All right. With that, I would like for the administration to come back at the next meeting. Let's get the recommendations from the doctor and bring back a plan of how do we sustain the surface-driven enhanced sanitation throughout the entire watershed. Because I think that's the key. The doctor was only looking at a very narrow area of 73rd Street, which is that block just north of the park. Clearly, we need to look at the entire watershed that feeds into the canal. In the meantime, while we work on getting $140 million for modernized pre-treatment, we need to, do the above-ground pre-treatment, which is sanitation. So I just want to make sure that we can see at the next meeting a plan of how we sustain that within the watershed so that we can do what has been proven already to yield an 80% improvement in the bacterial levels. Is that good?
Got it.
Anything else, Amy?
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the seriousness that everyone has put into this issue. That will show this item continued to next month.
Perfect.
All right, let's go into the next item.
Our next item is item number 4, monthly updates on the status of ongoing and future projects involving the use of Leonard Horowitz color palettes for Art Deco buildings restoration in collaboration with Barbara Hulinicki. This item is sponsored by Commissioner Dominguez.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Elizabeth Miro, Assistant Director for Parks, Facilities, Fleet, and Beaches. At the last committee meeting, you asked us to explore additional buildings that could be painted in these Art Deco colors, one of which was Police Station at 1100 Washington. And what we did is that we actually conferred with our planning department to see the appropriateness of these buildings. So first, the police station. That one, which is built in a contemporary style, is more appropriate, not to have these colors, but it will be painted in light, cool colors, including some blue sparse colors throughout, okay? So that one's not exactly appropriate. You also asked us to explore the restrooms on Loomis Park. So we identified the restrooms on 6th and on 14th Street, and those are appropriate, and we did get a cost proposal for those. The cost to repaint those buildings is about $8,400, exclusive of any consultation fees for Ms. Hulinicki. The total fiscal impact for this would be exactly $18,400, and this is currently unfunded.
Okay. Would it be possible because I do like the impact that color does bring to the area, I do like these restrooms. They are Art Deco in style in their architecture. So I'd love to see a design concept of what they would look like before we go ahead and we recommend the expenditure of funds to paint them. I'd like to see a concept of what they would look like.
Okay.
I just have a comment real quick.
Yes, Commissioner Matos Salinas.
So it looks like the cost associated for this is to paint, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 restrooms is $18,400?
Correct. So it's $8,400 for the actual painting, and for Ms. Hulinicki, the consultation fees are $5,000 per building.
Sure. So then if we were to just hypothetically say, let's paint more restrooms, all the city restrooms, so then is there at any point where the price, you know, tell me more about the $8,400 for the 2 restrooms. That includes staff time, paint?
Correct, everything. And what we did is, so we estimated that there would be a couple of colors that would be included in there, anywhere from 3 to 4 colors, depending on what Ms. Hulaniki recommends, so that we issued an ITQ or an invitation to quote, and that's what we got those costs for.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So I think we're ready to close this item out, right? Or? You want to wait for him? Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't see any public comment online either, or in person, so.
Okay. Yeah, so if we could get the designs.
A rendering? And then it's-
Renderings, yes.
Okay, beautiful.
And we could bring that back to next month's committee meeting.
Okay, and you want this in consultation with Ms. Hulaniki, what these renderings would be?
I leave that up to
Okay,
the administration.
you got it.
That's up to you guys.
Okay.
Yes, but we'll continue the item to next month. I don't know if there's any members of the public wishing to speak on this item. Seeing none in person and none in Zoom, we can go to the next item.
Item number 5 is discuss the potential creation of a quiet zone and the installation of related signage in the South of Fifth neighborhood. This item was sponsored by Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Okay, this is Vice Mayor Dominguez's item. Is there anyone from the administration who will be presenting on this item?
I believe police is walking to the dais.
All right.
Good morning.
Captain.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
Good
Captain
morning.
Lozano, Police Department.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
So this item was brought up for us to come up with some solutions, ideas to assist with the loud noise from mufflers, loud noise from vehicles, large trucks in the Sofna community. So there were a few ideas that were brought up, which include additional signs that are distributed throughout the zone that say quiet zones. I believe 20 signs were identified to be distributed throughout the area. We've also increased our enforcement for loud noise citywide, not just in the Sofna community. In fact, we've actually increased our numbers by about 400% the last time I checked, citywide. So we target specific areas like the Sofna community, Alton Road corridor, MacArthur Causeway, 41st Street corridor, and different areas in North Beach, which contribute to these numbers. And all of these are on-duty resources that we're using to conduct this enforcement. We conducted an operation called Operation Quiet Streets to address specifically this issue, which has been a big issue for the community and the businesses. So our officers are on board with continuing enforcement.
Captain, let me ask you, what is the monetary violation associated with the citation with these retrofitted mufflers?
I don't have that specific number off the top of my head. I can imagine it's a couple $100 per citation.
Okay. I think that the administration is recommending approval of this item. Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I would like to do is clearly, we have an issue with noise in the city. Clearly, we want to do everything that we can, not just by, putting more responsibilities on our police and having them going out and doing more details, which is good. I'm glad that you're doing that. But if we can get ahead of the situation, by informing people, hey, this is a quiet zone, and hopefully encourage them not to go into the area with their retrofitted mufflers or to find ways to create noise, hopefully we can get ahead of the situation so that the individuals don't engage in the violation in the first place. What would be great is if the quiet zone sign would indicate that there is a penalty associated with violating this. That, I think, is the driver. Simply telling people that, hey, this is a quiet zone, I'm not sure that's far enough, but if they see that violation of the quiet zone could be, I don't know, $500 citation, could be, something arrestable or, X amount, I think that could then yield a change in behavior. So if you don't have any comments on this, Commissioner, perhaps we can send this back to the full commission with the inclusion of a penalty on the signage.
Yep, I support that. I support that.
Okay. All right. Anything else that you need from us, Captain?
That's all, sir. Appreciate
All
it.
right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your hard work. And I believe it's National
Police Week.
National Police Week.
Yes, sir.
So thank you guys always for the incredible work you guys do every single day in our community. We know we ask a lot of you guys, but you guys do it with passion and with tremendous dedication, and we are very grateful.
Thank you. We appreciate the support.
Thank you, Captain. All right, with seeing no members of the public wishing to speak on this item and none on Zoom, we'll show this item going back to the full commission with a positive recommendation. Next item.
The next item is item number 6, discuss a ready-to-implement plan to reform residential towing practices. Said plan to include 1, ending resident tows on public property except in instances involving vehicles parked next to fire hydrants, in handicapped parking spaces, and in designated freight loading zones. And 2, enhancing enforcement in residential zones and freight loading zones to ensure compliance and reduce illegal parking. This item was sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, and I want to thank the parking director and the administration for working very hard and working closely with me on this item. I want to make clear that I'm not against enforcement, but I'm for proportional enforcement. Not all parking violations create the same level of public harm. A car blocking a fire hydrant, a sidewalk, a handicapped parking space, or a travel lane is a very different type of violation from a resident parked in the wrong residential zone, or your bumper or your tire is touching the yellow area of a yellow curb, or your car might be inching into a motorcycle spot. I mean, there's violations, but then there are those egregious violations where you are hurting the quality of life of the community. One of the ones that we hear about all the time, violations of people parking in freight loading zones and commercial loading zones that then cause the trucks to do their deliveries from the street and end up affecting an already congested roadway in a city that's already oftentimes in gridlocks. Clearly, we know that a violation like that of those freight loading zones create serious domino effect on traffic in the city. But this proposal is about identifying ways that we can end resident tows. How can we go into those violations that residents, for a simple mistake, they're getting towed and then now having to incur not only a significant inconvenience and the distaste that then you have in your own community of walking out of your home, out of getting a coffee with a friend or whatever, and seeing your car gone, but now, you're also dealing with the cost of the towing and just the disruption that causes to your day. When you're you're being cited anyways. You know, we're still enforcing, and there still is a penalty. So we have our parking director joining us, William McDonald. You've been working with us on this item. If you want to present on the item, and then we'll come back to the dais for comments.
Yes, Commissioner. Will McDonald, Director of Parking for the City of Miami Beach. So the administration and the parking department looked over all of this, and I understand that, you know, I'll just say this, we see eye to eye on 99% of these items. You know, there is a point where you can have compliance, and then you have compliance. You know, as a resident myself, I have to go to Publix and eat or restaurants and eat dinner and shop in the grocery stores of the same individuals that I oversee enforcement for the community. So I want to be able to go to Publix without getting tomatoes thrown at me. So I absolutely appreciate this initiative, and I think it will go a very long way in ensuring that the parking department can create even more goodwill within the community to show individuals that we're here to focus on gaining compliance, creating a great, and I probably say this way too much here, a great parking and transportation ecosystem, because some of those items that you talked about that do plague regarding the trucks that feel that they can stop anywhere. I myself go north on Collins every day to go home, and I've said this before, but our Public Works Director calls me every single time there are those trucks. But with the residents, I think right now, if I remember correctly off the top of my head with the data, they only, right now, they only justify about 10 to 15% of our tows. And not to mention the program that you sponsored and that the commission passed, the Text Before Tow program, right now has an 85% save rate. So I think this program just kind of goes one step further in ensuring that we can gain compliance through other means.
And so, right now, year to date, we've had, I guess, close to 1,600 residential tows.
I believe it was 1181 year to date.
1181, yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes. Yes, 1181. I apologize. So, even though residential is it's not the bulk of the amount of cars being towed in our city, when you look at the amount of our residents and you see the amount of them that are getting towed year to date, it's pretty significant, and even if it were only 100 residents that were getting towed, those are 100 residents who we serve. They are our residents. They are our taxpayers. And what I see the opportunity here is that by reducing the unnecessary towing of residents for administrative or otherwise correctable violations, we can focus on stronger enforcement and resources on the violations that most directly do impact public safety, those that impede on emergency access, those that are causing traffic gridlock and congestion, those that are affecting businesses. We don't need to be throwing the book at our residents and getting 1,100 of our residents towed, and it's not even halfway through the year, when we can instead be focusing on the more serious infractions. That oftentimes they're really not being caused by our residents. And we can reshift our resources, which they're pretty limited resources, into those. I've circulated a memo with the agenda that breaks down my proposal into two categories. The category that of violations that are immediately eligible for a tow. And I'm just going to go through them because we're talking, if you are in any one of these categories, you should totally get towed. Situations like fire hydrants, fire lanes, handicap parking spaces, blocking a travel lane, blocking a crosswalk, blocking a sidewalk, blocking a bicycle lane, blocking a bus stop. You're blocking a loading zone, whether it be freight or commercial. You're obstructing driveways, you're obstructing dumpsters, you're obstructing traffic, you're a scofflaw. You are in a safety zone, a school loading zone. Those are, serious violations. Like, shame on you if you are blocking the area where kids are supposed to be getting off to go to school, and now because you decided to block that, now a kid needs to get off from their parents' car or from a school bus on the street because you had to block that space. No. Shame on you if you are blocking a fire hydrant and God forbid there's a fire emergency. Yeah, no, shame on you. You should absolutely get towed. Or if a handicapped person can't get to where they need to be because you're parked in a handicapped parking space and you don't belong there, you should absolutely get towed. In those circumstances, and I've enumerated those in my memo. And what I've accompanied with that is that what we should do is that the purpose of you getting towed in those circumstances is to achieve compliance. You want to be able to remedy these more egregious violations quickly because you don't want an illegally parked vehicle blocking a fire hydrant for a prolonged period of time. You don't want someone that's illegally parked in a school loading zone blocking the kids' drop-off area for a significant period of time because now they're causing a safety violation. And they should be subject to a tow. But what I'm suggesting in these circumstances, let's initiate and let's introduce a text message to those prior to towing. And why am I suggesting that? Because oftentimes by sending that courtesy text message, and I'm not talking about a 15-minute courtesy warning, a text message that makes it clear. Your vehicle is parked in a manner creating a safety violation and will be towed at your expense. Please relocate your vehicle immediately to resolve the safety violation and avoid being towed. This is a courtesy message from the city of Miami Beach. What does this do? It helps us achieve compliance potentially quicker than a towing truck showing up and towing the vehicle. Now, if the towing truck gets there first and tows the vehicle, well, so be it. The person was parked there illegally. They deserve to be towed, but the goal is not to be punitive because that's what the citation is for. The citation is the punitive manner of it. That is what we use to drop the hammer on these individuals. The towing is to achieve compliance. And if the resident is close by, and if the resident is able to fix that infraction quicker than a towing truck coming by, then we should be doing that. Then there was the separate category of non-immediate tow violations. And these non-immediate tow violations is, okay, you're a resident of Zone 3 and you parked accidentally in Zone 2. Your car is inching in on the yellow curb, which we all have done that. I did it 2 nights ago, actually. I mean, these are things that when you are in a city as tight as ours, this happens. You're parked at one of those meter rental spaces. These are things that can be solved, but you don't always need to start off with a tow. Give people the opportunity to correct. Give them a ticket. Give them a ticket instead of towing, but track it. if you realize, okay, this person has engaged in this 3 times, well, you know what, now you've engaged in this 3 times, now you'll be towed. But we don't need to start off with the first violation. If your car is in a residential zone and you don't realize that you're in the wrong zone, that has happened to people in our city. They don't realize that, you know, they parked in the wrong zone. Their car is going into the yellow curb. They don't realize, but there was a no parking anytime sign placed there where it wasn't yesterday. And this is stuff that happens all the time in our city. Let's give the residents the benefit of the doubt. Rather than starting with the tow with the first violation, let's give them 3 courtesy warnings by means of a ticket. They're still getting a ticket. They're not getting away with it for free. They are still getting a ticket. And then after the 3rd violation, well, now you're abusing the system. Then at that point, you'll be towed. And when you look at my memo, you'll see that that when people get these tickets, instead of towing, they're also getting a text message so that they know, you know, your vehicle is in violation of unauthorized parking in a residential zone or other infraction. Repeat violations may result in towing at your expense. This is a courtesy message from the city of Miami Beach. That way, not only are they getting the ticket, but they are also being informed. They're being informed that what they're engaging in is a violation of our rules. And if they abuse this, and if they engage in this activity repeatedly, they're going to end up getting towed. One of the recommendations that came from Miami Beach United was that if a cited vehicle remains uncorrected after 24 hours, that the vehicle would then be eligible for towing enforcement. And that to me sounds like something reasonable. Because one thing is if you park and you're out there, you know, an hour, 2 hours, if you're out there the next morning and you realize, oh gosh, I didn't realize there was a sign there where there wasn't a sign yesterday. Okay, you know, I won't park there again. But sometimes, you know, we are a very pedestrian community and people do engage multiple modes of transportation. So there are areas of our city where individuals might park their car today. They might not go back to their car for 2 or 3 days. And in those situations where they're engaged in these violations, they should be towed. But what we are introducing in that circumstance is, you know, making them eligible for the 15-minute tow warning, so that, you know, they may not even know that there's a ticket on their car, but you're giving them the opportunity to correct this. I think this is very resident-friendly. I think this is very mindful of the complaints we've been receiving, because we have been getting a lot of frustrations from our residents about this. And I also think operationally, it helps us then focus on the other violations, the freight loading zone violations, the commercial loading zone violations, the alleys, non-residents, the non-residents who are violating in residential zones. It allows us then now to go back and shift our resources and focus our resources on the violations that are affecting the residents. Rather than using our resources against the residents, we are using our resources to address the concerns of the residents. And that's the objective with this item. So Commissioner Mateo Salinas, I don't know if I would value your feedback. You live in South Beach. I live in Mid Beach, but you live in one of our densest parking zones. And you've worked very closely on these issues over the years, and I'd value your feedback.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. This is excellent legislation. I appreciate it as well. It's helpful for our residents, and it's helpful for our parking department as well, and our enforcement. I see our enforcement officers over there. Hello, you all do great work. I do have a couple questions that I want to better understand, Will, and some comments as well. So from the feedback that I got from our North Beach residents, they feel like there's a lack of enforcement in North Beach. So question, Will, do you have, how many of the parking enforcement officers are assigned to North Beach?
So after the last commission meeting, we dedicated 2 different officers. One works a 6P to 2:30A. The other is going to be the 10P to 6:30A or 11P to 7:30A, depending on if they're a part-time officer or a full-time officer. So we have dedicated 2 individuals to North Beach every single night. When we have had additional individuals, we have authorized overtime, so I know there have been sometimes 3 individuals assigned to the North Beach area. And I know there will be an LTC coming because I have gathered some data. And essentially the outcome has been exactly what you would expect. We've written 2 to 3 times the amount of citations than we were previously writing.
Previously prior to what?
Before assigning 2 dedicated individuals. So,
Which was when again, I'm sorry?
The night of the last commission meeting.
Okay, okay. All right, that's good to hear. And so, you know, can we continue the efforts in North Beach? Because again, and I think the concern that I kept hearing over and over again was that the residents have a perception that there's a lot of abandoned vehicles that are parked in North Beach in some areas. And so if we can maybe figure that out, crack down on that and tow abandoned vehicles out.
So yes and no. If a vehicle is determined to be abandoned, we absolutely can tow the vehicle. The challenge comes, and soon thereafter that meeting, I know that our team received several text messages of several vehicles. For example, one was missing a bumper. But that is a cosmetic issue, and the license plate that was in the back window had a valid Zone 26 permit. There was a vehicle that had a North Carolina license plate that somebody said it never moves. The vehicle has a valid Zone 26 permit, and we called up the homeowner, and they said, yes, my husband owns that vehicle, and he has mobility challenges. That's why we never move our vehicle. So, so we do have to, we understand that there is perception out there. It is a fine line to walk. Actually, while I was in the audience, I received a text from a resident saying, hey, we see a vehicle in our zone, and it's got a flat tire. Can you send somebody out here? Because it's never moved. We can respond to those, and if a vehicle, we have a procedure to go through. If a vehicle is deemed to be abandoned, we have to follow certain steps. There was a code a few years ago that was cut out of the books in 2022 that said a vehicle has to move every 48 hours. As Commissioner Fernandez spoke, there are residents who don't use their car every day, but they do rely on the curb. And so it gets challenging when somebody says, hey, I'm going to go out of town for 2 weeks, and they leave their car there. And then you get, and I've seen this in every municipality I worked, resident wars, where someone may or may not love their neighbor, and they're like, well, I'm going to call parking every day on that vehicle. So we do walk a fine line, but the additional officers that we have up in the north have essentially produced additional citations, and then with the current direction right now, with the last commission-driven permission that we received was when a vehicle has received 3 citations in Zone 26, that vehicle is eligible for tow. I don't know the as of yesterday data, but I know we had towed about 30 vehicles specifically for that reason over the last 2 weeks, plus or minus. Now, we had towed additional vehicles that were deemed abandoned before we received that, because again, if we give it a ticket, we give it a ticket, we give it a ticket, at there's a point in time we can use a particular code that says this vehicle is being stored, we're taking it. So we will use absolutely all the resources within the code that we can. It is nuanced sometimes, it does take a few times, and then sometimes perception is not reality, and our dispatchers and our supervisors sometimes have to educate complainants that call and say, hey, I've seen this not move, and we're like, yeah, we know it hasn't moved, but it is a valid vehicle.
Sure, of course. Of course, there are valid vehicles that shouldn't be towed, but there are others that should be towed.
Absolutely.
And so, and I just want to, be clear that it seems that whenever we get resident complaints about tows, it does happen to be mostly South Beach residents. And so North Beach residents feel like they're not being served by towing. So maybe we just, make sure we're doing the due diligence and enforcing in North Beach, because they're really at a parking Armageddon at this point. Well, we all are kind of, but.
And especially in those instances where you have these violations by the non-residents, which is happening. It's
Yeah.
happening in North Beach. They're telling us all the time. These aren't necessarily always, violations by people who live in North Beach. These are, for example, short-term rentals. We know short-term rentals is a problem in North Beach, and they are taking away parking from our residents. And that's where I'm so grateful, and you brought it up at commission as well, Commissioner, about North Beach. That is, we have to focus
Yes,
there,
efforts.
because for our residents who depend on a car for their job, that's where they're able to find attainable housing. It's in North Beach.
Correct.
And so we need to understand the real direct impact then that vehicles from non-residents parked illegally in North Beach, in these areas that you've identified, Commissioner, the impact that is then having on our residents' quality of life, on their availability, on their availability of parking when they get home from work. And they depend on their cars, especially,
parking, yeah.
People who are working in construction, people who are working in services for our community. They depend on their vehicles, and they need to have spaces available to them. And that's where we need your department to focus more of these enhanced enforcement measures.
And so right now, we are in the 18th month, approximately, give or take, of the pilot. We will not recommend extending that pilot. We will instead recommend creating a permanent zone. I know there are going to be some conversations, as there were, I believe, 18 months ago when it was talked about and first discussed before I arrived, regarding maybe breaking it up into smaller zones. There's pros and cons to both, because, for example, there's somebody that lives on West Normandy Isles. Do they need to park at 85th and Hawthorne? Or should that go to somebody who lives within a few blocks of 85th and Hawthorne? So there are several things that we still need to engage with the community to get consensus, well, as much consensus as possible. And then obviously in November, when this is slated to, our recommendation will be to have a permanent solution in place at that point in time. Then we will also be recommending to go to the exact same, I'll just say, violation structure that exists within Zone 1, that exists within Zone 2, Zone 4, things of that nature.
So another concern that I want to raise is Belle Isle. I was contacted by a resident of Belle Isle where they have very, very limited guest parking, and they're concerned that if we're not towing in Belle Isle, it's going to be chaotic with the standard there, and there's a lot of residents, and others. So I just want to bring that up as a concern, and I do trust you and Commissioner Fernandez to work something out. And I understand that I like the proposal that MBU made too about, if there's a ticket, we give them 24 hours and, maybe there's other things that we can do, but I don't know if it's appropriate to have a carve out for Belle Isle because of their challenges there or not. And that's, something that it can be determined by staff along with Commissioner Fernandez, who's thankfully taking the lead on this. I really appreciate that. But I want to make sure that in these little pockets where there's, a very, well-functioning business hotel, what are those impacts there? And, it's, again, parking Armageddon there. So, how are we going to make sure that we're doing right by the residents there too?
Let me ask you something. Following up on what Commissioner Salinas is mentioning, in an area like Belle Isle, are we able to obtain data to measure the violations and see, okay, what are the type of violations and who are committing these violations? Is it the residents who are committing these violations, or is it the visitors?
So we can, and I will say the one thing that I truly love about parking and transportation is that generally, it's not life or death. So it's a little paint, it's a ticket, it's a piece of paper. There's nothing that we can't solve. So for example, if what we can do is say, hey, over the next 2 weeks, we're going to send a parking enforcement specialist at this time and at this time. Then we can gather that data for 2 or 3 weeks, come back and say, now we have gathered exactly what this looks like. This is who we cited, this is who we didn't, and that wouldn't be a problem at all. I mean, we can look at the existing data, but I'm a big fan of right now, we do send, with the resources that we have, we try to hit, I'll say, the extreme problem areas. And obviously, when we think of that, you think of Zone 4, which is Collins Park. You think of Zone 26, Zone 2. So we try to send the resources where we know we can do the most good.
And so one of the things I would like us to work on that I've included in our memo is having a dedicated parking enforcement detail. Because as we know, there's the area from 1st Street to 23rd Street. We know that this is a very challenging, I love that you're laughing because it is a very challenging area in our city. And I think Belle Isle is included in that area. We have to go back into that area and look, okay, we're taking our focus away from resident violations. We're coming in to look, okay, these other violations that are affecting residents' availability for parking, that's affecting traffic in these areas, that's creating gridlock. Let's shift our focus from citing the residents to citing the people who are creating the inconvenience on the residents. And I want a pilot, a 12-month pilot enforcement detail on that. You've mentioned North Beach. North Beach, again, it's another area where we need to do that. And so what I'd like us to do is, identify these 2 enforcement zones, South Beach as an enforcement zone, North Beach as an enforcement zone. Let's focus on the residential parking violations by non-residents. Let's focus on the freight loading zone violations. Let's focus on the commercial loading zone violations. And let's put together this detail. I mean, we were having a conversation, Will, the other day about possibly having off-duty, paying for off-duty to create a parking enforcement detail that is specifically focused on these violations. And let's test it. Let's do a pilot. Let's test it so that we can have consistent enforcement of these violations that are affecting our residents, that are affecting our businesses, and that's affecting traffic in our city.
So one of the things I'd like to, first and foremost, sir, absolutely love the fact that we would be able to add heads. I've noticed one thing in my short 56 weeks here at Miami Beach, is that we have, in order to focus on safety, the city increased the amount of police officers. We have some data just with the team that we have, not increasing numbers. Over the past 3 years, or fiscal year 23, 24, 25, our team started out in fiscal year 23 issuing over 7,000 FLZ citations. Fiscal year 24, they jumped to 9,461. Fiscal year 25, they did more than 11,000. Generally with the same headcount in 24 and 25. And so with the addition, looking at the numbers, we run about 9,000 shifts per year. And I look at everything as like, what does a PES shift look like? And with these addition of these 4, 2 for each area, it would add about an additional 4,000 shifts. Now, we can reallocate some because we're absolutely going to free up some of our resources. And I absolutely am incredibly happy to bring PD in the mix because I'll be very honest, I drive around the city in our city vehicle in a goofy vest with my tablet, and I have run up on those trucks at 63rd and Collins where they stop in front of an unnamed hotel to do their deliveries. And we can issue the citation, we can issue a right-of-way, and that's what we can do. With a police officer, they have a little bit more power, and I'll just put it bluntly and say a little bit more respect. So inviting the PD to focus on these areas where there's traffic congestion and these vehicles are double parking, and where they may tell a parking enforcement specialist, hey, go ahead, it's the cost of doing business to write me a $124 obstruction of traffic citation, as well as a $1,000 right-of-way citation. They're not going to say the same thing to a police officer when they say, I'm going to do the same things, but also now I have the ability to go other steps. So
And
absolutely on board with that.
this is something we're willing to look at creating a 24-hour, 7-hour, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week detail on this.
Absolutely. I would simply ask if we can.
And
if-
by the way, it doesn't have to be a police officer. I mean, I was speaking with the chief about this, there's public safety specialists, that could be used. This is, to supplement, and as you mentioned, sometimes the perception of authority. The perception, and I think all of our parking enforcement officers, should be perceived with authority, and anything that we can do to drive that perception, whether it be through their uniform or whether it be any other way that we can drive the perception of authority of our parking enforcement officers, that's important because they are officers. But unfortunately, when people see a police officer or someone from the Miami Beach Police Department, even if it's a public safety specialist, it's just perceived a little bit differently.
And I want to make it very clear, my thought process and my goal was if we could make, I absolutely agree with the desire to add headcount to our team, because as the city has grown and as crime has grown, the city said, hey, we're gonna add more PD. And what happened? I'll just say compliance, as we saw this after spring break, compliance returned to the city.
Mm-hmm.
And so we put more parking enforcement specialists on the road, compliance will return to the city. And so in my thought process,
And that's exactly why I want a detail specifically on these issues. When we're talking about freight loading zones, when we're talking about commercial loading zones, when we're talking about people obstructing traffic, when we're talking about non-residents violating our residential zones, increased presence will bring back compliance. That's exactly why I'm so glad that we agree that we need to work on this detail. And so that's something that as our efforts to end resident towing as much as possible moves forward on a parallel path. It's this program, so that then we can address the other violations that are being caused by non-residents and illegal people parking on the streets, blocking traffic. It gives us the opportunity to address that.
If at all possible, there were two items. Well, the first item that would help us with the resident aspect that I had recommended was a favorable recommendation to go to commission for the parking department to be able to have the manager execute a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Motor Vehicles. So David Access is something that will be, David Access is, so we are able to look up a license plate and better understand this. Every parking and better understand where it's registered. Every parking enforcement agency that I've ever been a part of has had access to the state DMV. It's part of the jobs. On top of license plates, it also allows us to look up accessible placards. Obviously, the Miami-Dade County Tax Collector has done a great job avoiding 1,400 fraudulent placards. However, those placards are still in the street, and with David Access, our parking enforcement specialist can look up those placards and identify the ones that are false.
And this is something that we had at one point.
We did have it at one point.
This is to restore the access.
Correct.
Yeah, 100%.
Excellent. And then if, obviously, again, I go back to, with these extra shifts, we currently in our capacity, it would create a 50% increase in what we are able to do right now. I am absolutely in favor of it because, as I said, as the city has grown, our parking enforcement specialist team has not. And this would absolutely give us the resources necessary to be patrolling the city streets in order to gain compliance when necessary. So if there is and I'll defer to individuals much more learned in situations like this, if it needs to be a priority in the budget enhancement, if we need to do something where we can do it right away. I don't know if Assistant City Manager Taxes can give me any guidance on that.
But explain to me again, what is the request that you have?
So we would need to increase headcount because right now, like I said, we generally run.
By how much?
Probably 12 FTEs and 8 PTEs at a minimum. Because the two dedications.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Well, you said 12?
I'm sorry, 12 full-time employees and 8 part-time employees. And the reason, so I fully, absolutely support the ask. It's 2 bodies, 2 shifts, 2 zones. So we have 6 people a day per zone, 12 shifts per day. That's 84 shifts a week, which is roughly about 4,600 shifts a year. Right now, we have about 29 full-time employees and 17 part-time. And when you take into account how many shifts they work over the course of a year, it's a little over 9,000 shifts. So this would increase our enforcement shifts by almost 50%.
But if it helps address the complaints that our residents have, then I'm inclined to that. When you're telling us these positions, is this taking into consideration is this an addition to the off-duty, or is this something where, we can figure out how it levels out?
So I think my personal opinion, and I'll absolutely collaborate with the police department on this, I would appreciate the off-duty on top of this because I feel like they have the ability to, while our team is out there hitting these zones hard, we can utilize PD to do the same thing. But also, for example, if our team comes along a situation where we have a true 18-wheeler parked on the right-hand lane of 63rd and Collins, we can then go follow our steps, obstruction of traffic. Well, first, gain compliance. If they don't gain compliance, obstruction of traffic citation, right-of-way citation, but then call that off-duty officer at that point in time, call a tow if it's available. If not, the off-duty officer can get involved because they can actually do things like, i.e. a moving citation that we don't have access to. That has a little bit more weight with somebody with a CDL. But I would say that we would be able to do that on top of, because now we're talking about creating traffic moving in all places while we're enforcing.
Well, do you happen to know off the top of your head what's the surplus in the parking fund, what that amount is?
It's a lot.
Okay. So we could use that to hire the 20 new positions?
Correct. So, yeah, and I don't want to, without our CFO still in here? Did Jason?
No, he left. I actually texted him to come back.
He probably saw me walk up and said, I'm out of here. So right now, we are running at a surplus. So obviously, we always want to run it as a healthy surplus because we are about to come back to commission with a capital improvement plan over the next 10 years, which will obviously make our garages beautiful. We want to beautify them whenever we can, clean our garages, because that's our biggest expense when we come into ensuring that, maintaining what we already have. And then obviously if we get an opportunity to build any other parking structures, I think we're already funding, I want to say about 20 to 22 million for the parking structure up at 72nd Street project. If we get any other opportunities, I want to make sure that the fund is healthy to be able to fund those projects as well. This would be a significant investment, but I think it's one we can do.
I mean, I would support that, but in the meantime, because it takes a while to, post a position and an interview and hire and all of this, so that takes a while. So in the meantime, before we get there, can you create, and this is a 12-month pilot program anyway, but can you shift staff, and I don't know, and I don't pretend to know what's the best way to staff here. I entrust that you know this along with your team, but is there a way to shift the staff so that they can do this pilot program, so we can dedicate these efforts in these areas until we get to your extra 20 positions?
So it will be shuffling the deck, and so I'll kind of put it out there. These positions do create, for example, 4 overnight positions, 2 in the north, 2 in the south. Right now, our current overnight is only staffed with 5 parking enforcement specialists, and employees take vacation.
Overnight the greatest need here?
I'm sorry?
Is overnight the greatest need here?
It's ironically an overnight.
Maybe we don't know.
Overnight is really the majority, well, not majority, all of our residential zones are actually enforced fully overnight. So that's when.
But I thought we're doing commercial loading zones, freight loading zones, and also the handicap spots too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like right now, for example.
Non-resident violations in residential zones.
Correct. But right now, for example, we have two parking enforcement specialists dedicated in the north. One is working that 6P to 230A, and one is working that 11, or depending on if they're a part-timer or a full-timer. So we do want to maintain that enhanced presence inside the residential zones, and all of our residential zones on that evening hours are residents only. So zone 4, zone 2, zone 1, zone 26. And so.
Doesn't that start at 6 p.m.? Is that an overnight shift to 6 p.m.?
Well, no, we have a 6 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. And yes, those do start at 6 p.m. So it would create some shuffling. Again, we only have the 9,000 available. So if we did this, we would be removing half the force.
Why don't you?
Jason, can you come up?
It might be good to have them put together a plan to bring back to commission, that also, with off-duty, if we work with police on off-duty of public safety specialists or other personnel, it might help meet the needs here.
Jason, what's the parking surplus fund at?
I don't have the specific number, but I think Will answered it. He would have because Will and I, finance and parking work very closely together. We as we deal with both these parts, Will and I often have these conversations, and I'm aware of the discussions related to this additional resources that we needed, and we would be able to afford through the current annual operating surplus to cover these additional ones. And we discussed, thinking the best way to do is, it sounds like there might be multiple options, is to submit a few, because we're right around the corner here with the budget process, to submit a few budget enhancements to go through and get the ultimate recommendations, and we can get that rolled in, but it should be able to implement a couple of different programs here to get where you guys are wanting to go. Okay.
Thanks, Jason, for coming back.
Let me ask you something, because you're deploying, you entered into a partnership with Automotives. Oh, how do you pronounce it?
Automotives. You nailed it, sir. People say it in a million different ways.
Automotives. And so that can also help, like, for example, with the freight loading zones, that can also help with the enforcement, right?
Absolutely. So with, and I think that there is an LTC coming, if not today, very soon. So the great thing about that, and we are going to have to, I'll say, pilot how that execution is. So we understand that Philadelphia, I believe it's Fort Lee, New Jersey, there are several other communities that are already operating it. And for example, we could, in theory, sit a parking enforcement specialist inside the dispatch room, look at the computer screen and monitor it, sort of like a security area. The minute the computer identifies a violation, and we use the AI cameras because obviously anybody can technically, by code, pull into a freight loading zone for an expeditious unloading or loading of passengers or freight. So we have to look at that time, and let's say that's 3 minutes. The system would say, hey, this is a possible violation. The parking enforcement specialist can then immediately look at it and say, yes, that person is still there. I am now flagging that as a violation. So that violation will now be mailed in about 3 or 4 days. But at the same time, that person can get on the radio and identify which parking enforcement specialist is closest in the field. They also do have the capabilities of sending an immediate message out to a tow partner. Now, right now, it's just SMS, i.e. a text message. However, we just entered into an agreement, the commission just authorizes us to enter into agreement with tow books. And I spoke with both tow books as well as Automotus, and in this day and age in parking, everybody has open API, and everybody is willing to play in the sandbox very well. So all we would have to do is get them together, say how quick can you create an integration. So instead of doing SMS style, we're now going to immediately create a tow ticket at the immediate push of a button for the citation. That way, the parking enforcement specialist can get there roughly at the same time as our tow partners. They see the state of the vehicle, they see the vehicle is in violation, they approve the tow on spot, no ticket needed, no other identification needed, and that would create incredibly fast response times.
So Automus deploys the parking enforcement officer automatically, or has to be someone that's watching, and then that person deploys the parking enforcement officer?
So it depends. So there's, it can give it, so we've looked at a few ways to do this operation. So our parking enforcement specialists that are in the field all have tablets. And Automotus is, it's all tablet, computer-based. We can say everyone in the field can get an alert. However, we've also, there is some delay in that because, for example, if the nearest parking enforcement specialist is already performing a right-of-way violation or an FLZ citation, they're going to be looking at a different screen. Whereas if we have somebody whose job is to solely look at the screen and identify a violation within honestly seconds, within minutes of it occurring, then they push that button for the citation. That's what triggers essentially the call to the tow partners, is the issuance of that citation. Because what Automotus does is just flag to anybody that's looking in the app a citation. We think a citation has occurred, but it does require a certified parking enforcement specialist to validate that. And that's why we looked at having a dedicated individual just kind of watching the monitors. So that way it's kind of a rapid response. They press the button and boom. Now that with the tow books integration, that alert goes out to the tow partners. I see. Okay. So essentially, we can have it in the field. The parking enforcement specialist in the field can also get set alert. Again, it's new to us, so we can pilot it in a few different ways to see what works best.
And I understand it's new, you're figuring this out, fine. But so the way you've been doing it is you've been having somebody watch the cameras to make sure that the violation is happening?
No, it doesn't go live till June 1st.
Okay. Is that the way that we're going to handle it?
We're still in talks. We have a few meetings next week with them as far as best practices from the other municipalities that have already utilized it. I'll say that MPA is currently using it, but they're using it for a different reason than us. So we want to look at best practices before we press go.
Okay, so wouldn't someone watching the camera all day take them away from being in the field?
It does. Again, pros and cons. It does take them away from being in the field, but on the flip side, it gives you for example, the alert to the tow partners. If a violation occurs, they look at the screen, pull it up, approve the violation. That's the instant communication to our tow books integration. So literally, if a car pulls in, let's say we put the timer at 3 minutes and 30 seconds for a violation to have occurred, for expeditiously to have terminated.
But doesn't the parking enforcement specialist have to arrive simultaneously with the tow to give a
So the law states that a city agent has to contemporaneously authorize the tow. So
So they don't have to be there?
I will.
Because don't we give a ticket along with the tow?
Correct. The ticket would show up.
But it'll be mailed to them?
It would be mailed,
won't be
correct.
The little one on the windshield?
Which we already do. We send tickets through the mail now.
Okay.
So camera, it is an authorized way to send a citation. The reason why from a professional and operational aspect, that I would like to have a parking enforcement specialist on hand is, one, to see the violation. These cameras aren't real time. They take consistent snapshots of what's going on. And so, for example, if a vehicle pulls in, they can take consistent snapshots of that vehicle, and then once a violation has occurred, they store that and say, this has done, and then the person going in to give the citation approves the citation. But at that point in time, the person watching the cameras doesn't have any more eyes on that particular situation. And so that's why if we dispatch a parking enforcement specialist, immediately, they can get there within minutes. Our tow partner can get there within minutes and clear that freight loading zone.
And so when autumn, when how do you pronounce it?
Automotus?
Automotus. When Automotus notifies your dispatch, they can't notify the towing partners at the same time?
So we have to have a ticket has to be the trigger.
A ticket has
So,
to,
so
okay.
we have to say, hey, the violation has occurred. And that's why we can identify a violation quicker. We can do it in the field. So for example, if we have
Is the
these-
longer that car is blocking the freight loading zone, the higher the likelihood in a city like ours. And then now you have an Amazon truck parked on Alton Road instead of the freight loading zone, or parked on Washington Avenue instead of one of the purple spaces, or parked on Collins Avenue, during rush hour traffic instead of one of the appropriate spaces. And so the quicker we get the remedy, the better it is for the people who are being affected by the violation. And that's what most people don't realize. Why is it that we speak so much about freight loading zone violations? Because freight loading zone violations, we don't realize it, but at the end of the day, what it does is that it causes traffic congestion in our city.
So this is under the current process. We have, for example, in the morning, we have 4 dedicated freight loading zone details in the AM. And so they essentially drive around identifying the freight loading zones that are inside their assigned territory. They come upon a vehicle. Obviously, if somebody's in the vehicle, they turn on their lights, they shoo them away, I'll say. If there's nobody by the vehicle, they pull in behind the vehicle, they cite the vehicle. Once they cite the vehicle, they then have to go through the tow books information of filling out the VIN. There is information that we have to input in tow books. From the time of citation to the time of calling for the tow, generally, I would say 3 to 4 minutes, because there are a lot of pictures that do have to be taken on site. So now we say, we don't know how long a car's been there. One of our PES has arrived. They now go through the act of citing the car. They now go through the act of filling out tow books. They now do call tow books. Right in April, I looked at the average response time was less than 20 minutes. So the average response time can vary. It can be as quick as 5, depending on traffic. They get caught up in traffic just like everybody else does on the beach. It can be longer. Using Automotus, whether it's a dispatcher in a room staring at a screen, or whether it's the parking enforcement specialist in the field, they would get an alert. They would look at their tablet, identify the infraction, immediately issue the ticket on their tablet. It's pressing a button saying, yes, this ticket is valid. That sends the ticket through the electronic process that then goes through the mail. But as soon as they issue that ticket, whether they're in an office or in their car, that's when they can deploy themselves. If they're in their car, they deploy themselves to that freight loading zone. At that moment the ticket is issued, that now sends a signal through tow books to the towing partners. And so the response time is almost, I don't want to say almost immediate, but it's almost immediate.
And that seems that seems appropriate to me. The last thing that I would want is, again, this is a big quality of life issue in our city, especially when it comes to the freight loading zones and the commercial loading zones and the non-resident violations in the residential zones. I think it's important for us to track the progress that we're doing on this, so that we're not dealing with hypotheticals and with, anecdotal hearsay. I want us to see a weekly LTC, tracking the citations, tracking the tows, tracking the enforcement, activity, whether, including by shift and by the category of the violation, so that we can measure our progress and see how the technology is helping us, how the extra staff is helping us address the issue, and see, how it pairs with the feedback that we're getting in our offices. Because at the end of the day, this is why we have these items on the agenda, specifically this item. It's been a lot of resident complaints about it, and I want us to be able to measure it and track it and see what are the outcomes from all of this effort.
Understood.
And I want to make sure the LTC includes, and I don't know if you're going to break it down by zone or if you're going to break it down by south, mid, north, but I just want to make sure we're taking a snapshot of the whole city and what's happening all over.
So generally, when we issue a citation, we can, we have, for example, if the citation is no resident permit in zone 2, like we have that information. So we can highlight where those citations were given. I can look at seeing, we have an intern starting on Monday who's a data scientist. Fought for that one. So I can look at what we can glean from that individual as far as maybe creating a heat map or seeing if we can create some structure, because when we write a citation, we have the location of the address, where in the city it's written. I just have to see how we can break that out and where we would consider the boundaries, et cetera.
Okay. So with that, I love for the committee to entertain a motion to send back to next week's meeting the proposal that I placed on the agenda to end the unnecessary resident towing, together with the enhanced parking enforcements, focusing on the area in South Beach, focusing on the area in North Beach, consistent with the issues we've described: commercial loading zones, freight loading zones, non-resident violations in the resident zones. Asking staff to work with the administration, bringing back, their proposal to increase the head count and taking into consideration, potentially using off-duty, if necessary and appropriate, from the police department. It doesn't necessarily have to be sworn officers. It can be public safety specialists, but I think we know at minimum we need at least 4 bodies per shift. Considering the task that's in front of us, the simultaneous communication. Okay, once you issue that citation, using Optimus, the deployment of our private sector partners to make sure that we're able to quickly achieve compliance, and the LTC. I think the weekly LTC is important for the tracking of measures. Can we advance a motion to that effect?
Could I just ask, and I want to bring this up if possible, Commissioner. I know that you're passionate about the yellow curves and the no parking anytime. I understand that not all yellow curbs and no parking anytime are created equal. Some are. I will absolutely acquiesce. I'll say kind of a shoulder shrug. Some of them have the potential to create an issue. So if that could be included with the 15 minutes, if not, I absolutely understand.
Right now, are the yellow curbs part of 15 minutes, the text warnings, or no?
So no, sir. Under the previous text before tow, anything considered a safety violation was completely left off that. And because the yellow curbs are technically generated by traffic engineers, they fell under that category. We can work on an internal policy within the department because, just like any, whether it be code, police, parking enforcement specialists, our specialists have discretion in the field, and we can talk about a discretion of regarding.
Let me just ask you something, because earlier we were talking about authority and the perception of authority of our parking enforcement specialists. You keep on mentioning parking enforcement
Specialist.
Specialists. There are there officers or specialists?
So the job classification under the state of Florida is parking enforcement specialist, and that's the job code.
How long has that been the case?
Oh, okay.
40
Over 40 years.
But in our city, we've always called them officers because, again, we want them to carry that authority. You know, specifically for a lot of the issues that you very clearly enumerated here, we want them to be, you know, treated with respect. They're doing very difficult jobs, so we want them to be treated with respect, with authority. Why are we calling them specialists? These are officers who are there to enforce the law, the parking laws of our city. And a lot of them get spit upon. A lot of them get attacked. Some of them have ended up in the hospital. These are officers. These are officers who are dealing with safety issues.
Sir, I'm not. Yeah, it's a state of Florida designation. It's a classification within the city.
But does the state require us to call them parking enforcement specialists? Because they've always been, you know, we've always called them parking enforcement officers. And so I'm just a little bit confused by this change of terminology that I've been hearing lately.
Good morning, Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Mateo Salinas. I can certainly research this matter and get back to you, the chair, and the rest of the committee on whether or not we have flexibility or what we call them. I have been here for 10 years and they've always been called parking enforcement specialists.
I'm sorry?
I've been here for 10 years and they have always been called parking enforcement specialists as far as a job classification, but we can certainly do this research.
As far as the classification.
That's their title,
Right.
yes.
I don't know. I've always heard them being called enforcement officers, but
I'm happy to research this matter. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I'd appreciate that. So I'm sorry because, you know,
Yeah, sorry about that.
you mentioned it and it's been like, it's been popping up. Like, you know, I've never heard them being called parking enforcement specialists.
It's my first time. It's my first time hearing the term, but apparently it's a state of Florida thing.
Okay.
I mean, could I ask the parking enforcement officers if they would prefer to be called officers? I mean, do you feel that gives you more respect in the field?
Here, please, if we would approach the microphone.
And you're welcome all to come up if you'd like. I mean, you know, we value your feedback too. You're doing the work. You're out in the field. I mean, and Will, you are too. I think you do.
You are.
I'm pretty sure you do.
It really is incredible. You drive around the city on the weekend and nights, and Will is out there doing the work with them, and that is appreciated as well.
It is, and you all are appreciated too. You know, we're a team, and I want to make sure that you guys also feel supported and respected out in the field. So whatever, you know, I want to hear from you. Sir?
Hi, Alain Florido, Parking Enforcement Specialist 1, and CWA Vice President, by the way. Yeah, we'd rather be treated and show out there as officers. As a matter of fact, we've been specialists, but our uniforms right now, some of the badges and stuff says officer. And as it is, we're being, like you said, jumped, spit on, end up in hospitals and stuff.
You've been disrespected out
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, always.
And so I just want to make sure, because like if we're talking about, you know, challenges with the perception of authority, which is one of the issues, Will, that you brought up, you know, there's challenges with the perception of authority. And I just want to make sure that we do whatever we can so that when our employees, you know, regardless of, you know, how here we call them, but I've always, you know, they've always been parking enforcement officers. So when they show up, they're treated, you know, not just, you know, respect, number one, for the individual. Everyone should be treated with respect. But number two, respect for the function that they're there to carry out, you know, respect for the fact that they're there to identify a violation, to push for compliance, and unless they're perceived with that respect of authority, we won't get the outcomes that we're hoping to get. And that was one of the things that really stood out to me, Will, that you really want your employees to have that perception of authority. So that when they get out there to the field, so that they can be as effective as possible. And you mentioned that that's, one of the reasons why you think, partnering on an off-duty basis with the police would be good. But then we need to make sure that within the department itself, we're doing whatever we can to maintain the perception of authority. And I would imagine, when they show up, I see them with a uniform and a badge and all that. That's important, that physical perception of authority, we need to maintain that, and also in how they identify themselves. And so that's very important.
Yep.
All right,
And
thank you.
we're going, right now, we're going through a uniform change. We haven't, get at the end, we saw the uniforms as they are, and they're gonna be completely different.
So this uniform that they're wearing right there is a current uniform?
As a current.
Could you come up, please, so we could see the changes here? Is this already being implemented?
So no, so for example, as you'll see, we have, the department has, over the course of many years, had many different styles of shirts. One of the things that had gone away from, there are some officers that still do have metal badges. There are some officers that don't have metal badges that have the polos. What we're moving to is something that's more in line with code enforcement, park rangers, PSSs. So it is a cleaner polo with the long sleeve availability underneath, where every parking enforcement specialist is required to wear a metal badge. We've already got the badge holders. The metal badges should be arriving in approximately 2 or 3 more weeks. On the front, it will have the Miami Beach Parking logo. It's a big P that says Miami Beach Parking. On the back, it says Miami Beach Parking Specialist. So we're doing a new outfit of duffel bags, waterproof boots, tennis shoes, hats, polos, long sleeve shirts.
What does it say on the back right now? Okay.
So this is, when I got here, there were some challenges with the uniform supplier. And for example, when we tried to get X, people would, well, that's on back order for another 8 months. And I was like, we can't play this game anymore. And so, I've been really happy to work with the CWA to try to streamline it. I know there's going to be some wins and losses, but one of the things that I'll just say hyper-focused on is taking care of the team in the field and giving them what they need to be successful. And so, for example, we're going to go above and beyond what the union contract calls with shoes. The union contract calls for 1 pair of shoes a year. We're doing mandatory 2 pairs of tennis shoes. These individuals are on their feet, sometimes in rain one day and not the next day. Well, if they got rained on today, what are they supposed to have tomorrow?
So the metal badges are going to be for everyone, across the board, so no more of the embroidered?
So no more embroidered badges. It will be a polo shirt style, but it will be with a metal badge and a badge holder on a duty belt.
And then on the back, it's going to say parking enforcement.
It'll say Miami Beach with the kind of the Miami skinny beach bold, Miami Beach Parking Specialist.
I would just say, work as closely as possible with the CWA. You mentioned the perception of authority, and for compliance, that is very important. And, again, it was one of the reasons why you felt, partnering with police would be good. Again, perception of authority. So a lot of things drive perception of authority. And I think certainly the first impression of when they show up, that's important. So, I think we have to just continue doing whatever we can do with their appearance when they show up to continue driving that perception.
Do you have any more comments from the union perspective about the uniforms?
Not just, for the last 2 years, like he said, we've been having trouble with uniforms and stuff. We haven't gotten enough uniforms in the last 2 years, even before that Will got here. And like you said, like you see, they look very different, a little shady also. I would like to get this problem solved. the way it's supposed to be by contract.
So then are you, please work together to make sure that the parking enforcement team feels that they're supported and they have what they need.
We are going to, and I hope, right now, for example, we have some high visibility jackets that are all getting lettered right now, that are all going to say the Miami Beach Parking Department on the back of them. I feel within the next 2 weeks, I feel pretty good saying, as long as they're putting everything on, we'll be delivering every employee 5, 11, 12, 13, 15 brand-new uniform items. And then the badges should arrive here no more than 3 to 4 more weeks. And so every parking enforcement officer, specialist, every parking enforcement human being that works for us will have a brand-new uniform.
But didn't you just say that you wanted to be called a parking, I'm gonna mess it up, officer? Enforcement
Yeah,
officer?
We'd rather be called parking enforcement officer or at least parking enforcement, yeah.
Hi Marla. And then, so is that, do we have to embroider the shirt on the back with share your thoughts?
Thank you, through the chair. Marla Alpizar, HR. I would suggest that right now we should maintain the uniform as their current job title is stated. We can certainly look at our flexibility in changing that title. I'm not aware of what state law says about parking enforcement specialists, so I need to look at that. I do want to bring up that we would have to go through our city's personnel board to make a change to the job description and/or title. And we all also have to be very careful to get a legal opinion on the job title change and whether or not that affects their PERC certification, because the union, the makeup of the union is determined not by the city, but by the union's filing with the state of Florida through the PERC. And so I don't have those answers at this moment. That would be a part of our research that we would complete. It is not a simple thing to just change a name, given that the union's makeup is defined by their certification through the state.
Thank you, Marla.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It sounds very complicated from where I'm sitting, so, and I understand and appreciate that. My concern is just that our parking officers, enforcement officers or specialists feel that they are being supported and empowered when they're in the field. And if it is an issue of authority and, they feel like they're, putting themselves in harm's way as they have to give out tickets and call, for tow trucks when it's needed, then, how can we support them to do their best work and feel safe and feel supported? That's actually, for me, that's the most important issue here. And I know that there's state law and all this happening, but, so thank you, Marla, for engaging in that research and trying to figure that out. But again, I think our employees deserve to feel that they're supported and that they're safe out there in the field when they're doing this grueling work.
Through the chair, I can certainly understand the desire of this commission and the statements that you're making to create this atmosphere of support and safety, and I certainly will dedicate the necessary time to get this resolved.
And this committee appreciates your
thank
understanding
you.
of that. But let me ask you this, there's job classifications and there's official job titles, and then there's also, working titles.
Right.
And it feels like this has traditionally, while the classification and the legal title may have been specialists, when we refer to them as officers, because if we don't express to them with the level of authority that we want the community to treat them with, well, then what example are we putting out there? We're not commanding for them that authority. So then how can we expect people who are violating the law in the community to treat them with any type of authority? It all starts with us. And so, I completely understand what you're saying, job classifications and what the statutes say. But I also understand, just traditionally, there's been working titles, in addition to what classifications say. So thank you for looking into this, and I look forward to hearing back from you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, Will, you were mentioning about the curbs, and that when the parking enforcement specialists, as you were saying, or officers, I like that, officers. Now, don't get me started. Don't have me saying specialists now, Will. Don't confuse me here. When the parking enforcement officers go out there, you were saying that. Oh, thank you.
So just like with any other official in their official capacity, they are experts in the field. And so they have I'll just say a broad swath of discretion in the field. And so while I know that sometimes that can create variables in enforcement, which can create challenges in of itself, I know during the commission meeting, both the city manager and myself expressed support for their ability in the field. I know one of my biggest focuses is going to be continual training and being able to identify a bumper within a yellow zone versus a vehicle parked on the side of Collins that's blocking the sight lines for somebody trying to get in and out of a condo where everybody's flying by 55. Those create different challenges. And so I think, if possible, if we move these two items into the 15-minute, it doesn't necessarily mean.
You said taxi and which other?
Oh, no, not taxi, yellow curb and no parking anytime. They both are essentially the same rule. It's actually how they're listed underneath tow books as a classification, but they all fall under 3049 2A10.
But it's not, and I'll tell you why. No parking, and I'm sorry, I'm going to ask in the public. I need the members of the public, I need silence in the chambers, please. We are conducting a public meeting. I need to be able to maintain the focus of the meeting. Okay. The no parking anytime signs, the challenge is that they're just popping up in places where they didn't exist before. And so it's very easy for us here at City Hall to say, yeah, they should be subject to an immediate tow or whatnot, but there's no consistency. Like, they're just popping up. And that's not fair to our residents. And that's a challenge. That's part of the reason why we've had to sit down and create this program, because places that they've been parking at for a long time, all of a sudden, today has a no parking sign and the person doesn't realize it. And that no parking sign wasn't there yesterday, or hasn't been there for the past 2 years, and then all of a sudden it's there, and now they're being towed, and this is their neighborhood, this is where they live, and that's a challenge. It's a challenge that our residents are facing.
Understood, sir.
So I need to understand before I say that I'm comfortable with putting this under a 15-minute text before tow warning as opposed to just a simple citation. And if they abuse, because one thing is, if you're abusing the system, then have that lead to a violation, to a tow violation. But if it's a one-time occurrence, then why are we're already citing the resident, and we're already sending them a text message telling them that they engage in a repeated violation, that then they're going to be towed at their expense. Commissioner, what are your thoughts about this?
I agree. It's unfortunately, we need to look into this a little bit more in terms of the yellow curbs and the text warnings. I've been taking notes here, and I want to make sure that, Commissioner Fernandez, you continue to work with the parking department to create a resolution that comes back to commission.
Yeah.
And I want to be really clear as to what we're doing here, because I do, I agree with you, Commissioner, that, we need to create these dedicated parking enforcement details as a pilot program using our existing resources, Will, and I know that you want to add to the team, which I would fully support. We'll get there. But, to do this successfully, this 12-month pilot program, with the enforcement personnel that are assigned to, look at these quality of life issues, I think we need to use our resources that we have now, and make sure that we also include North Beach in this. And to ensure that Automotus is, giving these tickets simultaneously. And I know that doesn't come online until June 1st, so it's going to be a little bit weird in the beginning, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. And along with the weekly LTCs that Commissioner mentioned.
Will, I'll tell you, when going back to the yellow curves or the park anytime, with the yellow curves, I understand why you would want to do the 15-minute notice. And, it still gives us the opportunity to potentially end that tow. Today, the yellow curves don't have the 15-minute text before tow warning. So we give them the opportunity to correct. I don't feel comfortable doing it with the no parking anytime, and I'll explain to you why. The yellow curves are built into the built environment of the city. That doesn't change. You have a yellow curb, usually they're there for a long time. The no parking anytime signs, it's a free-for-all. There's no other way to put it. It is a free-for-all. They're popping up all over the city, and our residents don't appreciate it. And we're here to serve the residents, and they shouldn't, if they've been parking at a place consistently for a long period of time, and they pull up, and then all of a sudden someone decided, that, there's gonna be a no parking anytime zone created there now, that they're gonna be potentially towed. And you have people, they might work a night shift, and they get home, and they park, and they may go to sleep, because they've been working a night shift, and you send them that 15-minute text before tow message, and they're not going to see it. They're not going to see it, and now they're going to be towed. Whereas with the yellow curve, those tend to be more consistent. So I'll give you, the yellow curve is still. It's still not subject to an immediate tow. It's still part of our effort to end the resident tow, because we are giving them that 15-minute notice. And as you well stated, with the program that we already have, potentially we'll see an 85% decrease on the amount of residents getting towed from those yellow curves. But the way that these no parking anytime signs are just like, they just bloom like a spring, and and it's a spring, and it's a a shower of signs just like popping up in neighborhoods. So I can't because we need to fix that.
Just want to make it very clear to the committee that generally parking does not install those signs.
No, someone who does.
So those signs are part of, for example, if there is a I looked over at Transportation Director. Those signs get installed as part of a greater, I'll say, a creation of a street plan. So when a road is redone, traffic engineers and contractors that do that end up with that contract have to then go out and say, under new Vision Zero guidelines or under new X or new Y, we are going to create these new structures X, Y, and Z. So while our team does do signs, hundreds and thousands of signs throughout the city, I generally tell the public we are an operations and enforcement branch of parking for the city. We don't go out to roads and generally create more. We go back to our traffic engineers, we go back to CIP, to Public Works, say what can we use in the right of way, but we simply operate what we have and enforce the laws on the books.
Okay, and so from what you're saying is that those usually show up when there is a change of some sort of configuration on the roadway.
Correct.
But then that's the situation. It's a change.
Yep.
We're talking about a change that our residents weren't aware of. Let's get them let's give them the courtesy, give them, a ticket, send them the text message, tell them, hey, listen, if you engage in this repeated violation, then you'll get towed. But if you're making now a change in their neighborhood and where they live, and you're putting these no parking any times signs where they didn't exist before, and you're going to subject them immediately to a tow, that I don't agree with. Let's get them the violations. Let's send them the text message, and then now if they engage, now that we've informed them, if they recurringly engage in the violation, well, then at that point, well, now they know. Now they know why, because now they've gotten citations. Now we've sent them text messages, and then okay, then it's fair. But now when these just pop up.
Absolutely understand.
Okay. All right, I'm going to open up the floor to public comment. If there are members of the public wishing to speak, if you're in person, approach the podium, and if you're in Zoom, please raise your hands.
Thank you, Commissioner Mateo Salinas, Commissioner Fernandez. My name's Adam Shedroff. I live at 520 16th Street. Just a couple of points. Could you clarify, please, or could you include "Don't block the dumpster" sign as something that's text in tow? It wasn't one of the things that was explicit, but it's a real problem. If someone blocks the dumpster, then you wind up with 4 days of trash overflowing. Also, the dumpster, the area for blocking the dumpster is about half a parking space. So if someone parks there, then someone will park behind them and in front of them, and then it's likely it'll be days and days before someone won't. Currently, there's only towing, not text in tow, but could you include the text in tow for blocking the dumpster, please?
So right now, the way that we have it, we have obstructing the dumpster as subject to an immediate tow. But the change is that they would get a text message. It's not a 15-minute text message, but the text message under the proposal that's before us would say your vehicle is parked in a manner creating a safety violation and will be towed at your expense. Please relocate your vehicle immediately to resolve the violation and avoid being towed.
Well, that's the message. When would it actually be towed? Because if the car isn't, I'm sorry, are you saying that it would be a text in tow that they'd get? I thought you just said it wouldn't be 15 minutes. So if
It
they
wouldn't
got.
be 15 minutes. It would be the moment that the violation is identified, and the towing company is called. If the towing company gets there first, their car gets towed. And if the person gets there first, then they're able to move their vehicle.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Because
Thank
the
you.
concern is also, you want the garbage to be picked up. And so if you give them 15 minutes and the truck gets there first, you don't want the garbage, the waste hauler now to leave and you don't get your garbage picked up. So at least this, it gives the opportunity for the tow company to, correct the violation. But if you get there first because of the text message, well, at least you're able to correct the violation without having to get towed, and the garbage can still get picked up.
Great, thank you. One other thing, just to clarify, I was concerned when I saw some of the different proposals floating around that having essentially free parking in our Flamingo Park neighborhood district would kind of create a perverse incentive. But as I understand it now, that people who park out of their zone will get a ticket. They just
That's
won't get-
correct.
Great, thank you very much.
Everyone continues to get all the citations, regardless of whether they're in immediate tow or not. They all continue to get a parking citation.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Adam. Thank you for being here. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? And if you're in Zoom, feel free to raise your hand. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I live in Zone 26 now. I used to live in Zone 1, Zone 2 for many years. And the problem is people go on vacation. And in Zone 1 and 2, I spend a lot of money every year on renewing my sticker. So I don't think it's very clear, like people going on vacation will be cited, like if they go on vacation for 2 weeks, for example, like.
That remains unchanged. The current policies continue to mandate at that point.
Mandate what? Because I've never had a problem when I went on vacation in the past.
So those that have a current residential zone for the correct zone,
Yes.
if you leave your vehicle there for 2 weeks, you're absolutely good. As long as the
Okay.
vehicle is in driving condition with a good permit, there will be no
Nothing
issues.
changes.
Good, because I have also a neighbor now in zone 26 who's a little handicapped, so he doesn't move his car that often. So he's been,
That will, as long as that individual, especially if that individual has a placard,
Yes.
we give free residential permits for anyone with an accessible placard. And so that individual would just receive that type of residential zone. And if, for example, if a vehicle got a flat tire, we would make contact with that individual, that resident, say, hey, your vehicle had a flat tire. We need you to have it in a drivable manner to be parked on the right of way. And so we'd give them some time.
okay, because he was cited before, that's why I'm asking that question. The next thing is I work on Beach Walk and Lincoln Road. And what happens is I have to park to unload. I park, valet park, but it's a ramp, and I cannot roll my cart down the ramp. So whenever I'm there, parking enforcement comes and tells me to move my vehicle. And I'm pretty quick with it, because I have to unload, drive around, give it to valet, come back and move my cart. But they always give me a hassle.
So that is a hot spot for congestion. It's the 100 block of Lincoln Road, the turnaround there. And so we have specific details there for that reason. So while I feel very comfortable saying they're at a minimum respectful, that is an area where we have hyper-focus right now.
They're doing their job because we do get a tremendous amount of complaints
Yeah, because the
about what's
Ritz,
going on in that
the
area.
Ritz complains, but I have to unload because I cannot roll my cart down from a ramp.
I understand, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, that is an area where the residents, not just the Ritz, the Decoplage, and many other residents in the area, we got a tremendous amount of complaints about the 100 block.
Well, I
of
park there and it costs me a lot to park. I just have to unload. And at my age, I'm as fast as I can be. I sent you a video showing you what it takes because,
Thank you,
yeah.
thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm ready to make my motion.
Thank you. Is there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name is Rain Backus. I'm the chief steward for parking. And consensus to the officers, which when we're on the street, any customer, any resident, what they refer to us is as officers. They don't say specialists. They say, excuse me, officer, where's this, where's that? How do I pay for parking and such? So we would definitely want to keep that if that's possible and keep the enforcement, if that's possible, on the shirts. Pertaining to the color, we would rather keep the white that we have. It shows us a little bit closer to what PD looks like. So according for safety and such, it keeps us a little closer to what safety might look like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
We'll talk.
With that, we'll close the public comments. Commissioner, so we have made a motion, and I'll amend the motion to change the yellow curve for 15 minutes. And so we can work on the item and bring it back to next week's commission meeting.
Yes, that's my motion, and we're clear on the motion, correct? Do you need me to repeat it?
Would we be able to include the recommendation for the manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the
With
department?
David?
For
Yes.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
Sorry,
Yes. that's
Absolutely.
Sorry about that.
So just for purposes of clarity, to sending back with a favorable recommendation, the proposal to end resident tows as delineated in my memo with the amendment of making yellow curbs now a courtesy 15-minute notice before a tow. In addition to that, restore the agreement for the David access, directing or asking the administration to bring a plan to increase the head count, establishing a parking enforcement detail 12-month pilot program that covers the South Beach area of 1st Street to 23rd Street, the North Beach area, 63rd Street to 87th Street, focusing on residential zone violations by non-residents, freight loading zones, commercial loading zones, looking at the possibility of having off-duty support from the police department, whether it be parking, whether it be public safety specialists or others. The simultaneous notification of our private sector partners when a citation is issued with the Automus technology and the weekly LTC. Is that clear, Stephanie? It is clear. Okay, so we can show that motion adopted by acclamation and being sent back to the full city commission. All right, thank you. We have, this conversation went significantly beyond time. This is my plan for the rest of the agenda. I intend to take items 7, 8, and 14, and the remaining items would be deferred to the next meeting. So with that, let's call item number 7.
Item number 7 is discuss what initiatives the City of Miami Beach is taking in order to become more festive for national global events such as the College Football Championship game taking place in January 2026. This item was sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
All right, I see Maria Hernandez, our Assistant City Manager, approaching the podium.
morning.
Good morning, Maria. Good afternoon.
Yeah, it is afternoon. I'm just going to introduce the item very quickly. So as everyone knows, this item has been on the agenda now for several months, and it's really talking about all the festive things that we're doing for all of these big events. As you know, when this started, we were at the college football level, and now, that's behind us, spring break's behind us. Miami Music Week is behind us, Global Champions, as well as F1 and Pride. So what's in front of us now is the RNC show and FIFA. So on this, and also I believe Christina Baguier is on the line, at least she was waiting. She's in Italy, but she is willing to speak on this item as well. So for the RNC show, that is, she's not on? Okay, doesn't matter. So for the RNC show, as you know, we have now been managing that event for many years. It's always gone well. This year, they are pulling out all the stops because of 250th anniversary, and they're having a concert. It's a country music concert, and then FIFA.
Maria, just for the benefit of time, I'm just going to cut directly to...
The departments are all here.
I'm just going to cut directly to where I need to go with this item, just because, and I'm sorry, and I apologize, but
it took
we're
long.
delayed with FIFA. With
Yes.
FIFA, I want to make sure that we've created an environment where our businesses can capitalize on this opportunity.
Yes.
Where are we in making sure that that businesses, that have, especially those that have concession agreements, sidewalk cafes, are able to, use the opportunity of the games to be able to invite people into our city, host people, and capitalize from this incredible opportunity that we have.
The different departments are here that can speak to all those things. We have economic development here. The sidewalk cafes, as you know, are also managed by Public Works. So go ahead, Stephen.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon now. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioner. So just an overview, a little bit about what we're doing for businesses specifically. So we're actually, we have the Business Day Concierge Service, which is actually scheduled for next week. We're letting businesses know that, hey, if there's any challenges that you have in terms of wanting to get set up and ready to go, that if there's anything regarding permitting and so forth, then come to our Business Concierge, the Business Ready Day, scheduled for next week, which is the 21st of May. We've done a number of outreach about activations and letting us know, hey, what type of activations in partnership with Marketing Communications. They've released the website. So businesses can let us know what type of activations that they have going on. Those activations will be featured on the the World Cup website that's put on by the city. We're letting all of the bids know. We sent out invitations to all of the business improvement districts, all of the business associations. We've sent out over 6,000 direct emails to businesses, letting them know, hey, if there's anything that's happening, let us know specifically so we can feature you on the website as well. So our outreach is out there, letting businesses know. We featured in the newsletter that just came out last week. So we're really making sure that we're doing the outreach to businesses as a whole.
Great, thank you. So economic development is reaching out to businesses. Businesses will only do what they know they can legally do. Right now, businesses in our city, if they want to capitalize on this, have watch parties, which is typically what would draw the ability for them to capitalize on this. Are they able to really engage in having watch parties?
Well, specifically, Commissioner, as to the outdoor dining concessions, the agreement does not allow them to have any sort of speaker or TV outside. So if you wanted to send a recommendation back to the full commission to pass a resolution allowing that for a specified period of time, you could do that, but right now it is not allowed.
Okay, I would say that given the fact that FIFA starts June 11th? June 11th. This is something that we would need the commission to adopt at our next meeting. And I do think that we should be facilitating our businesses being able to have watch parties. It's not every day that you have FIFA coming into town. So, I would like to encourage the commission to help our businesses amend whatever agreements we have, concession agreements that currently prohibit them from having watch parties in their sidewalk cafes, amend that so that it can happen.
Can it be a temporary special event permit, something or other, so we don't have to change the whole code? Or it's like an annual, once a year, you can have a TV outside or something?
Well, my understanding is that the goal of this is just to do this for a limited time this year. And the simplest way to do that is simply to do an amendment to our outdoor dining concession agreement. We can do that by simple resolution at the meeting on May 20th, if one of you wants to sponsor that. And so that for that specific time, restaurants could have a TV outside.
And so, but let me ask you this, because that's only good if the establishment has a concession agreement on the city's right-of-way. Now, we do have establishments that might have outdoor areas that are not in the city's right-of-ways. And they would be deprived, absent there being a special event permit, they would be deprived from the ability of capitalizing from this opportunity.
I'm sorry, you're referring to people who have outdoor dining on their own property?
Yes.
Well, right now, I did speak with the planning director on this subject, and he confirmed for me that a TV is not considered entertainment under our land development regulations.
Okay.
So I would need to check again, but my understanding is that they would be allowed to do that.
They would be allowed to do that. All right, you know, I think I would like for us, Commissioner, if you want to join me as a co-sponsor on a resolution to temporarily amend our concession agreement so that our outdoor dining establishments can go ahead, you know, have their watch party. It's a moment of excitement for our community, and let's help them. Let's help them capitalize on this opportunity. I wouldn't want to include this in residential areas. So for example, south of Fifth, Sunset Harbor, we know that those are residential areas where we likely, you know, want to be more careful just because of the proximity of the establishments to where people live. But in our other areas, I think, and by the way, you know, excluding them wouldn't prohibit them from seeking a special event permit. Is that correct?
Well, yes, they could, individual entities could seek a special event permit, but that is an involved and longer process.
But in the meantime, us making this amendment to the concession agreement would streamline and facilitate the process for most establishments.
Yes, and you said you would like to exclude south of Fifth and Sunset Harbor?
For now, I would like to exclude them because I want to be sensitive of those neighborhoods. Yeah, south of Fifth and Sunset Harbor.
Right, I'm gonna have to leave this meeting and go and draft that and get it approved by you to get on the agenda, which is gonna print presently, so I want to get as much of it right now as we can. And if there's something you think of over the next couple of hours, just let me know.
Yes, and what I would like is, you know, make sure that through our Economic Development Department that we do reach back and circle back to our business partners, and we let them know, hey, listen, we want to facilitate this for you. We've streamlined this by giving you during this period of time. Just make sure that there's certain safeguard there in case, you know, something does get out of hand, that the city manager does have the ability, if someone is being abusive with this, that, you know, the city manager does have the ability to terminate an establishment's rights to this if they are being inconsiderate or abusive towards the city or creating public safety situations. John?
Yes, Commissioner, should there be temporary design standards for this? My concern is our concession agreements outline where the pedestrian area starts and ends to keep that path open. I wonder if we should have a temporary design standard as part of the resolution that we would distribute, or economic development could distribute to the businesses to know kind of a parameters they need to work within.
When you're saying design standards?
In other words, not a TV sitting in the middle of the sidewalk, placement of the TV where it should be relative to the right-of-way.
Within their concession areas, I'm fine with them having flexibility. I think I don't want to dictate what they do within the concession areas. For as long as they respect the pedestrian way, I'm fine giving them flexibility during this temporary period of time on how they wish to set their area up.
Would that be part of the resolution to keep the pedestrian path open? Any obstructions?
We can certainly include that, and anything else that you all feel that we should include in that resolution.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Any other comments as it relates to FIFA? I want to make sure that we're focused on, you know, helping our businesses communicate with our businesses, and making sure that they know that we're doing this so that they don't miss the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And our regulations don't get in their way.
As soon as this gets approved, we can go ahead and send that information directly back out to the businesses.
Okay, great. And perhaps our communications department, who is doing amazing work always, you know, maybe you guys can help us, you know, disseminate that also.
Melissa, question, are you doing the activation with the stickers?
Doing the activations with what?
The activations with the stickers?
We actually have designed a sticker, so I'm going to do a Vanna White moment to give out to businesses. Are you referring to the stickers, the books that the
Yes,
kids used to trade?
yes,
I
those.
haven't heard anything from that company, so.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
just wondering. Thank you.
I will share also that we have soft launched, even though I know this is a public meeting, but we have soft launched the website. We'll be pushing it out after Memorial Day weekend, but if you want to take a look, it's miamibeachfl.gov/World Cup.
Great, awesome. Okay, thank you, Melissa. With that, just, because of the time and the other items that we still have on the agenda, I'm gonna propose that we send this back to the commission with a favorable recommendation, as it relates to the concession agreements, making sure also that the remainder of the businesses know that they can have, a television for watch parties as part of their outdoor areas. I think it's important for them to know that, because they may not realize that, and making sure that we have the proper safeguards there in place. I'm going to open up the floor to public comment. If there's any members of the public in person wishing to speak on this item, feel free to approach the podium. I see Andres Acion with his hand raised on Zoom. Good afternoon, Andres. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I was looking at the wall cast of New World Symphony. I saw that they didn't have anything promoted for the FIFA World Cup. I'm not sure if that is planned, but I think it would be amazing for the businesses on Lincoln Road for people to be able to go to the wall cast and be able to watch the World Cup there throughout the whole entire tournament on that wall cast would be amazing.
And that's a great idea. I know our colleague, Commissioner Joe Magazine, has been trying to work on that. I think that there might be some licensing issues with FIFA, and not the local FIFA organization, but the international FIFA organization. And there's some copyright issues and licensing issues. I see our Assistant City Manager.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
wishing to chime in.
So we can't do those large-scale watch parties without FIFA's approval. So there's an issue
And we
there.
can't use the FIFA name, the FIFA brands.
But we could try to get their approval, though.
Christina has
put
put
an
an application.
Yeah, we have an active application in right now with FIFA trying to pick up some additional watch party sites, and we're waiting to hear back from them.
Yeah, and Andres, as I mentioned, our colleague, Commissioner Magazine, as well as our administration, have been working on this for quite some time. The effort is being made to get the rights to have that wildcast. Ultimately, the decision comes down to the international FIFA organization. And thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, we can show this item going back to the City Commission.
Next item is item number 8, discuss a potential city policy mitigating early morning noise from non-emergency city vehicles. This item is sponsored by Commissioner Suarez.
All right, John, welcome
Thank you.
again.
Appreciate that. John Norris, Public Works Director. We've made quite a few adjustments to our operations, in particular sanitation early in the morning. In the North Beach area, the alleys north of around 80th. And we're starting waste collection after 8 a.m. and asking drivers not to back up if they don't need to do U-turns instead. We seem to have combated the issue of noise. We have one very vocal resident up there near 87th and Collins, and lately it's been contractors that have been working unauthorized that we've been dealing with as far as noise goes. So it doesn't seem to be sanitation trucks.
And want to thank you for working operationally, seeing what we could do. That I think is great. I do see that the administration recommends continued evaluation of technology and alternatives, including backup alarm modifications and equipment-related noise considerations, specifically white noise backup alarms. Is that something that the administration wants us or recommends us looking into?
Fleet has identified a white noise backup alarm. I will turn it over because I don't know a whole lot about it.
Good afternoon again. Yes, we have explored, there's an equipment that you can use that allows for white noise. We have it installed right now in one of our fleet vehicles, and we can certainly test this as a pilot.
Okay, but is this being tested only on one vehicle?
One vehicle right now.
Okay, I don't think we're gonna get an accurate measurement just by having it tested on one vehicle.
Well, the idea is to see how it performs in the ambient environment in terms of, so these vehicles, they have to be audible, but without disturbing, of course. So we just want
Right.
to test in different scenarios.
So Commissioner, if I could add to that, we would want to start a pilot program that would be a little larger with more vehicles than just one. There is concerns on some of the larger vehicles that we have of switching those out to the white noise, so we're still researching that. If a large-scale vehicle is working in a construction site, by OSHA standards, we have to be able to have a backup alarm that is more audible than the construction noise. So there's some challenges there. And through your suggestion, we have spoken to Mitch Bierman in regards to working with the waste contractors to be able to have them work with us. And they're currently talking to their risk team to mitigate any liability that they would have in changing these out. So they're researching that. So we're trying to tackle this on a lot of fronts as far as being able to reduce this noise.
All right, why don't we bring this back next month? Let's continue it to next month. Hopefully, the sponsor can be present also so we can get his feedback on it. And it'll be great also to hear from our waste hauler, seeing what they'll be able to do as it relates to piloting the white noise broadband technology.
And these switching these things out is not relatively very expensive at all. We're just making sure that it's going to be effective and keep us safe, keep our residents safe as well. So I think next month we would have a lot more information.
Okay, great. And thank you again to our Public Works Department for the operational adjustments that have been made to try to mitigate the noise. I appreciate it. So let's show that item continued to next month, item number 14.
Item number 14 is discuss how to improve the artist vendor program. This item was sponsored by Commissioner Mateo Salinas and co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And so I see this item as to, I don't want us to go back to the challenges that we saw in the past, but if there were any unintended consequences, I want us to see how we can mitigate any of those unintended consequences. Commissioner Mateo Salinas, you're the sponsor of this item, so I'd like to recognize you to present your item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So hi to our guests today and city staff, Minnie. I know that there's been some changes to this program recently as of last year, and it seems that our artists are not happy with the changes and others are not happy, and so I'm not exactly sure what the answers are, and I don't think that we're going to be able to figure those answers out today. I feel like this is an ongoing process. I know this item is also going to be heard at land use, so it can't, move forward without it first being heard at land use too. So I don't know, again, if we're gonna fix this today, but let's have the conversation. I've received, some feedback from one of the artists, and I'm not sure if you guys did all this collaboratively together, but I do think that we need to change the system that was changed. And I'm not exactly sure where to begin and where it ends and how to fix it and how to make it better, but I certainly want to try. So having said that, I want to turn it over now to the artists to give their feedback. I do have to leave here at 1:30, so we don't have a ton of time.
Ma'am, please.
But I do want to hear also from city staff, and I want to see if we can figure out a way to make this program better, because it's not great as it currently exists.
So we're gonna thank you, Commissioner, and I appreciate you bringing this item because it's been an issue we've been hearing a lot of commission, and we've been getting a lot of public comments on by email in our offices. I'm gonna open up the floor to members of the public wishing to be heard Members of the public have 2 minutes to speak, and then we'll recognize staff and we'll determine next steps forward. With that, we'll open the floor for members of the public. Those attending in person can approach the podium, and those on Zoom can raise their hands on Zoom. Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Janet Figueroa, and all I'm really asking from the city of Miami Beach as an artist vendor that I've been here over 10 years is to create an amendment where we could get grandfather in. That will be the best solution right now for the ones who are out without being able to work. That's all I'm asking for.
Thank you.
Hi, commissioners, lawyer, and workers. This is my thing from 2009. I don't know where everybody was at 2009, but even before that, I've been working as an artist vendor. I had a non-for-profit, I have a degree in arts, and I've run camps here in Miami Beach, sharing the culture. And everybody is not on the same page with this. Some people are suggesting we go back to the old thing that caused this problem in the first place, and that was first come, first serve, people coming, setting up tables. That didn't work then, and it doesn't work now. The city tried to regulate it, but then Mayor Mattie Bauer was saying she didn't put in ordinance unique, one-of-a-kind art. She said that would have eliminated all the confusion. Since this program started, it started off on the wrong foot. You can't set up a program for artists without artists involved. It doesn't happen. Every relationship has two sides. The city knows their side, and we know our side. And the only way that this program can ever work correctly is that we bring both parties together, sit down, and hash it out. So that never happened. And I'm asking, you know, as an artist, when Art Basel comes, I'm embarrassed because the tables look like crap. There's no standard. There was not from the beginning. At least at the beginning, people used to set up their table when we were certified exactly how we set it up outside. And then the Arts Board would determine, okay, we like this. They were trying to buy my art straight from my table, and that's an indication that it's unique because they see a lot of art. That didn't happen. There's no standard. Stringing, jewelry is art. There's a lot of missteps. Jewelry is an ancient art, and now they're putting that it's not. But anyway, the main points I want to make is that the original program was created from the city's perspective. Experienced artists are not allowed meaningful involvement. Any workable program must include both the city and the artists. And then identifying what mistakes went wrong the first time to see what missteps happened and how we can, you know,
Thank you.
get it on track.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your passion on the issue. I see Julian on Zoom with his hand raised. Good afternoon, Julian. Welcome. You have 2 minutes to speak. Good afternoon, Julian.
Piggyback off of the last speaker. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Hi. I just wanted to piggyback off the last speaker in that, yes, we would like to figure out how we can have more artist involvement in the development of an ordinance and the execution of an ordinance. In addition, I'd like to attach what Commissioner Dominguez had mentioned in one of our meetings, that there's an opportunity here to reimagine this ordinance and to bring it up to the standard of an international art city and incorporate the significant amount of artistry that is going on throughout Miami-Dade County and Miami Beach in general, and ensure that it has a proper voice and an execution through an ordinance that is inclusive and allows for all artists to be able to express themselves to the best of their ability. And so the options that have been presented such far are simply just suggestions and ideas that have been generated from across many artists that are interested in what is happening in Miami Beach. And so such that we would really like to just revisit the idea to develop a new ordinance if possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. And is there any other member of the public attending the meeting today wishing to speak? Seeing none in person and none in Zoom. Commissioner Matheus Salinas, please guide us on the direction you want to take the item in.
I just want to figure out from the artists, there's a lot of moving parts to this. There's, what people can sell, what is considered art, where they're located, the lottery and the positions, the fees that we charge, if people are residents or non-residents, how we incorporate new folks. I appreciate your feedback about grandfathering the people that were in the past that were selling. And I just don't think that's going to entirely fix the problem, because what about new folks that want to come in? And I don't know if the best way to move forward is to create a whole new ordinance either. I just don't know how to drill down what exactly the problem is and how to fix it. And we've had multiple meetings. And I just wanted to put it on the committee so that way we could get feedback and try to figure out moving forward what's the best way to fix this. To me, I just want to make sure that what is being sold is by actual artists, made by actual artists, and not something that they're just purchasing wholesale and reselling. And so to me, that's the most important part that I want to incorporate. Does the current ordinance already address that?
Yes, the current ordinance requires that all of the items be handmade and not be bulk purchased.
Okay, because to me, I don't, if it's whether they're selling, beaded bracelets or, items, that we hang on our walls, that part doesn't, I don't want to micromanage. I don't think we should be micromanaging. There's just a million different directions to go with this, and I frankly don't know what the next steps are. But I just want it to be a work in progress. So maybe we open and continue this to the next meeting, and then that way I can do another roundtable with you guys, and we can go point by point as to what you guys need.
Let me ask you this. So right now the ordinance requires for the work to be handmade and not bulk purchased.
That's correct for all of the artists.
It seems to me, and what I'm seeing, especially from EMA, it seems like that's probably not being enforced well. That you really don't have people out there who are really hand making these products. It seems like there might be bulk. Someone goes on whatever it may be on whatever website and buys stuff from China, and
Somebody gets a whole container.
Right.
And split it up amongst 5 or 6
So,
artists.
and that's what I'm getting to. So it seems like to me there's part of the problem that we're facing is an enforcement issue. How do we, as a city, when we're granting these opportunities, people come, we know they come before TCD, they present before TCD, but once they leave and once they get their right, they're out there and they might not necessarily be selling and displaying the same type of product that they showed the review process, that review meeting. How are we enforcing this?
Well,
Staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Madam Commissioner. Currently, code enforcement would issue a violation. There have been several violations issued to artist vendors. that have not been selling art. They've been selling knockoffs of Van Cleef, Gucci, Fendi, and.
But forget about the obvious. Okay, so there, and thank you for enforcing that. That's the obvious that needs to be enforced. But also the other obvious, the bulk purchased stuff that they buy, as Ema mentioned, in a crate. And then they spread it amongst, different tables. And then this is where you have that visual proliferation of product that really, some might call it art, but really, is it really art when you're buying it in bulk? And just so like how that because a fake Van Cleef, a fake Louis Vuitton, whatever, yes, that can be identified, but how are the others being enforced?
Whatever the artist is approved for, photographs are taken. I know in the past, these photographs were put in a shared file, and code compliance had access to these files. And when they would see a table, and something was on the table that was not in the files approved by Art and Public Places Committee, they would issue a violation. So I would defer to code compliance to see
I see
how they're
Mr.
enforcing
Estrada
this.
in the audience, and guide us from code enforcement. Your code enforcement officers, how are they enforcing this so that we don't end up with mass-produced, stuff that's being bought from China and now ends up being sold in our right-of-ways?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioner. Edgar Estrada, Assistant Code Compliance Director. So this is something that our officers, they do on a proactive basis. Well, when they see an artist vendor, it's going to be up to them to go up to the table, make sure that they review all their documents, and that they compare what items they have on the table is what is actually approved for them to have. So we can absolutely conduct a special detail where for a number of days or weeks in a row, our officers are out there consistently enforcing these artist vendors and making sure that what they have on their tables is what they're approved for.
And let me ask you, is it all the code enforcement officers that do this, or do you have specific code enforcement officers that are specifically trained on this and to identify this type of violation? Because
So-
I think this is something very specific, and I don't know that all code enforcement officers may have the ability to properly, not that they don't have the ability to properly use their discretion, their discretion, but it's, something very unique.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a very unique subject area for them to be able to identify, what should be there and what should not be there based on what was presented during the review process with TCD.
Sure. So some officers will have more experience than others in identifying and how to enforce the artist vendors. So other areas, so our officers are split up in different zones. Some zones may not have any artist vendors within their zone, so they're not going to have as much expertise in addressing these types of violations. But on Lincoln Road, on Ocean Drive, those officers are the ones that are consistently seeing these types of issues. So they're going to be the ones that would typically identify and address these concerns. So it really is area-based, because not everywhere has artist vendors, but those areas that typically do, on Collins, on Washington, on Ocean, the officers that are assigned to those zones are the ones that are typically going to address that.
And we continue to experience these problems today, even after the adoption of the new ordinance?
So would have to see the numbers, exactly how many inspections, how many violations we've issued since the ordinance, but any complaints that come in for this type of violation, our officers will certainly address that in a timely basis. But it's something that I would need to look at our records.
Let me recognize Commissioner Suarez, who was the original sponsor of the ordinance. He's joining us via Zoom. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Welcome.
I have some questions for Edgar, though.
But let me just recognize the commissioner since it was his original item. Commissioner,
Thank you,
welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Matias-Salinas for recognizing me. Yes, I was the original sponsor for this. Originally, when I brought this up, I realized walking around that many of these quote unquote artist vendors basically were buying what appears to be kind of crap from Alibaba, putting them together, and then selling them on our public right of way. To me personally, I don't think our public right of way should be used as a business for profit. The whole point of an artist vendor program is to sell art, not mass produced junk on our street. EMA sells amazingly beautifully crafted artwork on Miami Beach. That is an exception to what is the norm for most of these artist vendors, where they'll sell things with like a marijuana pendant on there, or like what Code Compliance said, a fake Von Cleef and Chanel jewelry when the code officer is not looking. And, you know, and to speak to that too, it's not really the city's responsibility with code, because we put a lot of effort on code. There's a lot more pressing matters that code has to deal with as far as noise and quality of life issues than babysit artists, vendors who are skirting the rules. So, you know, I would be very cautious on how we proceed with this, because at the end of the day, you know, what we're doing is facilitating a business on the public right of way. And to me, I'm very much against that. And the compromise that we had at the last meeting was to just allow the residents of Miami Beach to continue to do this. So, you know, I think I certainly don't want to see this get out of hand with using any sort of restriction. But fundamentally, I disagree with the premise that people are selling on public right of way, and we're using city resources to accommodate this program where it's for a for-profit business. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Matheus Salinas.
So Edgar, just to clarify some points that you mentioned about code enforcement and the artist vendor program. So does your code of compliance officers actively go out every weekend, for example, on Saturday, on Sunday, and check every table that we have in this artist vendor program?
So their role is to go and address various issues. Now, if they're walking on their detail on Ocean Drive, let's say, and they observe an artist vendor table, yes, they should be checking in, just touching base, making sure that there's nothing out of the ordinary. So yes, I mean, I can't tell you definitively how many inspections at this moment, but it is something that it is part of their detail. Any officer that has these artist vendors in their area, it's something that when they observe, they should go out there and check in on a timely basis.
Can we just get some data on this, how often they've been checking the tables?
Sure.
And if any citations, you know, if there's been a particular area or location or artist vendor that gets more citations than others because they're not selling what they are approved to sell, I'd be interested to look at that. And then I don't know if there's any type of, you know, after you get 3 citations for selling what you're not approved to sell, then you get removed from the system. Is that already built in there?
Our ordinance has strong language. If you get X number of violations, you're prohibited from participating in the lottery for 1 quarter. If you get Y number of violations, you're prohibited, you're actually excommunicated from the program.
Okay. Do you know how many that is?
There hasn't been many over the years that have gotten to that level.
So it doesn't really happen, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Like maybe I could
Or
think
they
of
don't
a
get the
half dozen
violations.
or so through in the past 15 years or so.
Okay. Okay. And then, you know, I guess, you know, since that is, and I understand the Commissioner Suarez's concerns about, you know, selling on our public right of way, but there are people who, you know, purchase, you know, bracelets or art or, you know, little, I don't know, things that are sold that say Miami Beach on them, and it's a nice little momentum from their vacation. So, you know, again, the question of, is it only for resident artists that live in Miami Beach, or do we open it up for those who have moved off the beach? That's an interesting discussion, because I know not a lot of artists can afford to live here. You know, so maybe we give priority to those who live on Miami Beach to get the better spots, the better locations.
I have data on artist vendors that live on the beach and those that don't live on the beach. Over the last 3 quarters before the project was implemented, we had a total of 58 different artist vendors that applied to participate in at least 1 quarter. Of those 58, 20 were non-beach residents. Of those 20 non-beach residents, 16 were non-expressive artists. 4 were expressive artists, meaning they were painters or sculptors. So of those 20 non-beach residents, 16 were non-expressive.
And again, you define non-expressive as?
I will defer to the city attorney to define expressive and non-expressive.
Non-expressive is something that is not protected under the First Amendment. It is generally clothing, toys, jewelry, things of that nature. And what we normally get, what that normally boils down to, is bead stringers.
Okay, and so let me ask you this. We have people that go through the application review process, and then we have people that go through the lottery application process. Okay, how is that determined? Tell me the difference. I know the difference in the process, but how is it determined who goes under which?
So we have 58 different lottery locations. Whoever is certified as an artist vendor by Art in Public Places, they don't have to participate in our lottery. Our lottery is just for South Beach, Lincoln Road, Ocean Drive, Washington, Collins, and our beach walk, our beach end, street ends. And there's 58 locations, and just by coincidence, we have 58 different artist vendors that are participating in the program. The lotteries is based, literally like the Florida lottery, we have Keno balls. Every artist vendor is assigned a number, and every quarter we have a lottery. It's streamed online on Zoom, and for example, Brenda might be number 1, she might be number 2, and we spin the balls, and so it's completely random, and for whoever gets the first ball,
And do
picks
they
your
need to
location.
go through the review with TCD? Do they have to go
TCD
through?
is at the front end. They review each artist, and
then they go into the lottery?
Then they can participate in the lottery, yes.
So in order to make it into the lottery, they have to go through the TCD review process?
Yes.
So, wait, I have one more question, I'm sorry. So out of 58 artist vendors that we currently have in the program, only 4 don't live in Miami Beach?
20 do not live on the beach. Of those 20, 4 are expressive artists. So 16 are non-expressive.
How many
Okay.
signed up for the lottery this time? That's what you think.
And so,
Mr. Chair, can I chime in for a second? please?
yes, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are not, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, if they are non-expressive, I'm sorry, if they are expressive, the ordinance doesn't necessarily prohibit them from getting in the lottery program. It's only for non-expressive jewelry that, and if you're not a Miami Beach resident, you would be not allowed to participate selling on public property. And I can have the city attorney weigh on that.
Yes, that's correct. The artists, people who are selling art as opposed to non-art, non-expressive products, anyone is allowed to get a certificate to sell it anywhere in the city and to participate in the lottery to get a special spot on South Beach, which are limited and special. If you're not in the South Beach area and you have a certificate, you can sell anywhere in the city that you want that doesn't block the sidewalk or things like that. But only in South Beach do you need a special spot assigned by us, and that's just because it's so overcrowded, and that you get through the lottery. So there's more than 58 certificate holders, I would imagine, and then
And if I could just piggyback on that one more time, and that was the intent of the ordinance. It's that if it's truly non-expressive, meaning not art, then the city is facilitating a for-profit business that's not art technically on public right-of-way. And so very simple, if you are selling art what is what is defined by the law, then great, anyone can apply. It doesn't mean if you're a beach resident or non-beach resident. But if you are selling a for-profit production item, then we limit it to only Miami Beach residents.
Well,
Thank you.
selling is selling. I mean, regardless of whether it's expressive or non-expressive, you're benefiting from the public's right of way, and that, so that's, I think we should make that clear. What I do think is on the non-expressive side, do we even need to allow non-expressive to be selling on the public right of ways?
Very quickly, the answer is no. We are required under the First Amendment to allow the sale of expressive products.
expressive.
So
why do we
art,
allow-
but we don't have to allow any non-art. You made the policy decision through Commissioner Suarez's ordinance to allow some non-art, and like I said, that mainly means bead stringers for us here.
And why couldn't we, so, and that's the problem, is the non-expressive is hurting, is hurting the expressive,
Correct.
And that is the challenge. And is there a way that we could have perhaps a more sophisticated review process where we do away with the non-expressive, we only keep the expressive, but have a more rigorous review process?
Well, let me say that there are a lot of non-expressive products that may be considered to be valuable or handmade. Like, for example, you've complimented some of the speakers here today who I believe make handmade jewelry. Jewelry is not considered to be art. It's not considered to be expressive, even if it's handmade, even if it's one of a kind. Although the problems we mostly see are bead stringers. When you have a rule that doesn't allow any non-expressive products at all, then even the handmade, one-of-a-kind jewelry is cast out with the bathwater.
And so if we do include.
That's not true.
Please, ma'am. Ma'am, please.
You're
Ma'am,
talking and
please.
you're not allowing
Ma'am, you are
people
out
to
of
listen
order,
out.
please. We're trying to work here.
This is a one-way
Ma'am,
conversation and it affects my
no,
life.
we're trying to help you and we're trying
You're
to.
not, because
we're-
you're not listening.
We are
The
listening.
ordinance wasn't written with specific language. Code
Ma'am.
compliance can't.
Please,
No, it's
thank
one
you.
way, not
Can we
respect.
have, if we're gonna have both non-expressive and expressive, can it be a more rigorous vetting process for this?
Well, yes, you can always have a very rigorous vetting process and very rigorous enforcement, but those both take assets and money and time to do. And that's one of the key sort of takeaways from this is in crafting the ordinance is trying to make something that is easily enforceable and that doesn't take like code enforcement hours and hours to go and sift
course.
through everything on a table. And so.
Well, what we want to make sure is that we really have, this is an artist vendor program. We want to make sure that we really have artists that are out there selling products.
Correct.
And so, right now, I don't know that our current process through TCD is truly differentiating between artists and resellers.
Well, it's my understanding that they go through TCD and they also go through AIPP, and that the initial screen is pretty rigorous with both of those. But as you said, once they get past that stage, then you have to enforce. And having a code officer go and sift through everything for hours and hours trying to figure out what they're selling may not be what you want them using their time to do. We also did a pilot program last year with our education department sending out secret shoppers to the artist vendors to go through and look for things and give us a report. But that was a one-time thing. It cost, I believe we paid about $4,000 to have a run-through of all of the artist vendor tables. You could do something that was a little bit cheaper than using code enforcement officers, and you could do that on an ongoing basis if you wanted to. But the problem really is enforcement. And the ordinance is written in a way to make it as simple as possible to enforce.
How many violations do we have to give someone if they are violating this before we revoke their rights?
Manny?
I have to look it up. I believe it's 3, and they're kicked out of the program forever.
Okay, and why would we give them three violations? Because, I mean, to me, they're kicked out of the program for how long?
Forever.
Forever.
Life.
And, you know, from what I'm seeing in this memo, approximately 90% of the 58 sell some form of non-expressive art, predominantly bead making and bead stringing.
Yes.
You know, and that's not EMA. You know, EMA.
But that's her.
You know, that's, you know, but that's the challenge that we're facing. Do we want to allow that, or do we want to allow a more artistic form of non-expressive art?
Well, you know,
I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm sorry. If we are in a public meeting, we are elected to do, we, yes, but I just need you to understand that when,
You let other people, like the parking, speak their piece.
because they are employees of the city of Miami Beach and they're here for that purpose. Allow us to engage in this discussion, please, because we are here to work.
One-sided
It's not a one-sided discussion.
When it's one-on-one. You're the city side, and I'm here on my side.
And we've met with you.
Allow me to express.
And we've met with,
I'm listening to you.
so.
and we've all met with you. And now this is the opportunity that we have to discuss with staff and to discuss with colleagues so that we can find the best avenues forward, if there is one to be found, to assist us. And it's not a one-way, because whenever you need a meeting, we give you meetings.
Something incorrect. I looked it up. Jewelry is considered an ancient art form, and that's
Thank
his
you.
opinion.
Thank
so
you.
he can help his client.
Thank you.
I have case in point that I sent.
But
to
we need you to maintain order in the chambers. Thank you.
Just address me.
I want to make sure that there are jewelry makers and bead stringers out there that are truly made by artists, such as yourself. You make beautiful jewelry. Not everyone can buy, not all of our tourists and our residents and our visitors and folks that come to the beach can buy Van Cleef jewelry that's not knockoff. You know, we're moving in a direction that everything is luxury, and not everybody can afford luxury. So, you know, and to Commissioner Suarez's point, although I understand and respect that he does not support people making money off our public right-of-ways, it's not like any of these artists are making millions of dollars on these tables. In fact, you know, a lot of them can't even pay for the fees that they have to pay for to keep their table open. So, you know, I just want to make sure that, you know, our visitors that come here, you know, if they want to take a memento back from Miami Beach, it's a memento that is artistic, and it's made by true artists, and it's not something that's you know, bought on, you know, Amazon in bulk. So I don't know what the answer is, and at this point, I think it might be better to defer the item, to bring the item back next month, and that way we can engage a little bit more, and I'm happy to meet again with you guys. I just don't know what the answer is here. I really, truly don't. And I want to help, but I'm not sure how to, you know, and it is, like, to your point, it is enforcement. But it's also making sure that we have artists that are offering art, even if it is bead stringing, even if it is jewelry. I don't see anything wrong with that, as long as it's not bought in bulk online.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, my challenge is, while yours is bead stringing, is exactly that. We do see cases of art that is bought, as Commissioner Suarez mentioned, from Alibaba, and then that's being sold. And then the other challenge is that we are required under the First Amendment to have a program like this. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That is correct.
So to the extent that, we're required to have a program like this, I think that the ordinance that was passed, as imperfect as it may have been, it was necessary. Because I'm sorry, like what was happening in our public right-of-ways, it was shameful. It was taking away from the aesthetics of our city. And there had to be measures that had to be put in place, because it was not good. And it was just going all throughout our historic districts and our Lincoln Road and the beach walk. It was distasteful, and it wasn't good. But to the extent that we have this program, and to the extent that that we do have people with non-expressive art out there, not all non-expressive art is the same. And what I want to see is that how do we have that better vetting? How do we have people who can more clearly identify, non-expressive handmade art as opposed to non-expressive mass-produced products from making its way out there? And we're not going to figure that out today. I would love for you to, maybe there's a sunshine meeting to be had with the original sponsor of the item to find some sort of a middle ground for that non-expressive part. Yes, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I keep on saying final note, but you're very, very gracious with your time. I just want to also have everyone caution that if we do sort of open the gates for non-expressive, then it's not just bead stringing that you're opening the door to. You're setting a precedent to sell pretty much anything on public right-of-way. And that's a problem, right? I mean, because it may sound great that we're allowing quote-unquote artists sell little trinkets that say Miami Beach on it. But what happens when they want to sell other things and they realize with the letter of the law, we're allowing this particular item to be sold, but not this, even though they're both non-expressive? We're kind of setting ourselves up for possibly a legal challenge. And I want to make sure we avoid that. But I'm more than happy to discuss this in a sunshine meeting with Commissioner Mateus Salinas and probably iron out a much better program, because even what I see now after this ordinance, it's like you said, Commissioner, it's not perfect, but it sort of helps stem the tide of the unsavory sellers selling, trinkets. But we can make the program better where we have actual artists selling on our public rights of way. Thank you again.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, let's just keep in mind, we currently do allow non-expressive art. It just has to be by our residents. And we did that understanding that we didn't want to impact our residents who have been doing this for a long time, and they're a part of our community. And we don't want to end up displacing them ultimately, because that's what would happen. So we currently do have, and one of the things I would suggest is that if there is a sunshine meeting about this, perhaps these are people who, when they sell it, they need to be part of the art is you're doing. You have to be engaged in producing the product while you're there. Because I don't see people doing that. And perhaps that's something that can be considered. Because I'm not that concerned about whether the person is a resident or not. To me, that's not as much as a concern. From the perspective of like, okay, you don't want to displace people who have been dependent on this. Yes, then I want to make sure that we're not hurting our residents. But if we have residents out there who today, 90% of those who are out there are predominantly doing bead making and bead stringing, then I don't want them there. And I think we need to go back and look at the violations. If you're engaged just once, violating this privilege, it's a privilege to use the public right-of-ways, you shouldn't be given a second opportunity or a third. You should be taken out of the program. And make way then for the real artists. And I think that needs to be a starting point, because that sets the ground and that sets the expectation and also the fear. Yeah, let me not have that, because if I'm capable of producing my own art and selling my own art, why am I gonna risk losing this privilege?
Exactly.
If I'm gonna be selling these fake mass-produced bracelets, and that should be the penalty. Penalty number one, that's it, you're out. And that's that, because it is ultimately, as Commissioner Suarez mentioned, it is the public's right-of-way. We do have to have this program under the First Amendment, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's a privilege to use the public's property. And we need to set the highest of expectations and standards with that. So with that, Commissioner Matheus Salinas, thank you for bringing the item. Commissioner Suarez, thank you for participating in the conversation. I look forward to your Sunshine meeting and the product that comes out from it.
Thank you. Thank you. So can we bring this back maybe in 2 or 3 months?
Do you want to bring it back, let's say July? Not in August, obviously,
Yeah,
but July
July.
or September?
July. It's
July?
good. July.
Okay,
Give
so
us
we'll
time
bring
next
the
time.
item back in July, and hopefully at that point, we'll have some good recommendations. All right, so let's show this item coming back in July. With that, seeing no other items on the agenda, those that were not heard today will be deferred to our next meeting. All right, meeting adjourned.